Phoenix Nights. Chapter 777. Qinrui and Qi Yan walked into the library that was listed as a restricted area. As they went deeper, the faint feeling in Qinrui's heart became clearer. This was a kind of breath that came and went, containing a mysterious rule. Although he did not enter the state of polar transformation, he could still feel the existence of that power, the rule. The rule was the foundation of the kingdom. In contrast, the demon overlord level territory could only be regarded as a rule similar to the rule. Only by comprehending the power of the rule could the territory achieve a real qualitative change and evolve into the initial kingdom. For the entire demigod level and even the god level path with the kingdom of God, the kingdom was just the beginning, but it was also the most important first step. If this step was taken, it would cross the gap between ordinary powerhouses and super powerhouses and step into a whole new world. When Qinrui used the polar transformation, he could exert a powerful power equivalent to the rule to compete with a kingdom powerhouse like Iceral. However, that was a passive power exerted by the evolution of the super system, not his own true comprehension. In these days, Qinrui did not slack off in training. He would enter the training ground every day and use the time rule to meditate. At his current level, simple physical or mental training was no longer of much use. The most important thing was comprehension. The 6-star evolution was an evolution equivalent to the power of the rule, and this power of the rule was the rule that contained the supreme truth of the universe. The difference in levels should be the reflection of the degree of comprehension of the rule. He was currently the lowest blue pole star emperor. If he could touch the edge of the universe's rule, even if it was just a trace, he could break through his current level. At that time, the polar transformation could exert its true power. Qinrui had only sensed the rule now, and it was far from comprehending it. Even the time rule, generated by the alternation of the 4 seasons territory, was more within the scope of the rule. It could not be regarded as a real rule. Is it my illusion? You seem to be very familiar with this place? The library was very large. The terrain was not complicated, but it was not flat either. King Octopus walked in front at first, but later he unconsciously followed behind Qinrui. Soon, the two entered the 3rd floor. You're mistaken. Qinrui waved the hand-drawn map in his hand. Magic tools like maps were useless in this place. The magic arrays here seem to have stopped working. The entrance to the 4th floor should be up this staircase. The 4th floor was the greatest secret of the library pavilion. Only masters or their companions could enter, and it required a large number of contribution points and many rare materials. What was even more amazing was that everyone seemed to see something different. Qinrui had heard from the 2 masters, Turia and Mavina, that there were countless rich materials there, but the 2 of them could not remember what they saw afterward. But some special understanding or memory at that time still remained in their minds. Qinrui didn't have this feeling when he went in last time. He didn't know if it was because he took off his glasses boldly. However, the consequence of taking off his glasses was that he saw the endless ancient runes and the terrifying demigod territory. The situation at that time was quite dangerous. If it weren't for the time power that he temporarily comprehended, he would have been turned into ashes by that vast and boundless power. Is this the entrance to the 4th floor? The remnant breath of the law should be emitted from here. The Octopus King walked up the stairs and looked at the door in front of him. The door was made of a special material. It was not made of metal or stone, but it gave off a heavy feeling. There were countless ancient patterns on it, and the strange thing was that it did not even have a keyhole. Red Mantis pushed the door, but it didn't move at all. A strange expression flashed in his eyes. Although his movements just now were casual, he had already used 20% of his strength. Even a wall protected by magic would be pushed down. Unexpectedly, this door was far stronger than he expected. It actually didn't react at all. King Octopus felt that he lost face in front of Qinrui. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He instantly condensed a powerful kingdom power in his hand, and he punched the door. Qinrui was recalling the situation when Nate opened the door last time. He suddenly felt the terrifying breath from King Octopus, and he shuddered. "Wait a minute!" It was too late when he said this. In an instant, the entire library trembled. The stairs behind Chenrui shattered inch by inch. Cracks appeared on most of the ground and many rooms on the third floor. He didn't know if the information inside was affected. In fact, King Octopus had already controlled the strength and range of this punch, but the power of the kingdom level was too strong. Besides, the magic circle of the library had been stopped and lost the protection power, so the aftermath of the vibration alone caused a large area of damage. However, under such a punch, the door still didn't open. There was just a shallow fist mark. Compared to the entire thick door, this fist mark seemed insignificant. King Octopus knew that he had made a small mistake. The key was that the door didn't open after making such a big movement. He turned around and smiled embarrassedly. Such a hard door. Chenrui was speechless. He pointed at the door. It's not just hard. King Octopus looked back. The fist mark gradually faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it soon returned to its original state. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Didn't Raisin say that the power of the kingdom can break the seal and enter directly? If I attack with all my strength, I'm afraid the entire library will be shattered by the aftermath of the vibration before this door is broken. What should I do? Let me think about it first. Don't mess around. Forget it, what can you think of? This door doesn't even have a hole. King Octopus said to himself, and he finally began to notice the patterns on the door. By the way, this must be the key to open the door. Based on my many years of experience, this pattern seems to be related to some kind of ancient thing. By the way, it should be the ancient runes known as the language of gods. It's over now. The ancient runes are mysterious and profound. Unless it's those guys who like to waste thousands of years to study, even ordinary demigods don't have many. While King Octopus was complaining, he saw Chenrui walk to the door and began to draw strange symbols in his hand. There were a total of 18 symbols, and they flew toward the door. The patterns on the door glowed and began to tremble slightly, but it seemed that he didn't have enough strength to activate it. King Octopus was dumbfounded. Obviously, what Chenrui displayed was the ancient runes that only the guys who studied for thousands of years and liked to waste time could understand. Is it my illusion again? Judging from your breath of life, your age is definitely no more than 100 years old. How is it possible? Stop complaining, help me! Chenrui interrupted King Octopus's words. If I guessed correctly, this door should originally use some kind of blood as the key, but now the blood is obviously ineffective, so it should be activated by the power of the kingdom. King Octopus didn't have time to ask what was complaining, and he quickly injected the power of the kingdom into those symbols. The symbols suddenly shone brightly, and the patterns on the door were changing rapidly, turning into 18 clear basic characters of ancient runes. In the rumbling sound, it finally opened. How do you know ancient runes? King Octopus looked angry. Since he was defeated in the fateful duel, on the way here, he always wanted to use this opportunity to show off his power to regain his face. But he didn't expect the limelight to be snatched by this guy again. Your illusion! By now, Chenrui also had some understanding of King Octopus's temperament. He laughed and walked toward the door. Behind the door was a hall. Except for the blue halo on the central ground, there were no extra furnishings. There were many materials on the ground. As Raisin said, the regular opening time of the 4th floor was once every 7 days. Tiffany went in for a long time this time, so when President Turia brought this noblewoman in, he left a lot of spare materials just in case. Chenrui recalled the method that Nate used to open the halo from deep analysis. He embedded those materials into the grooves around the halo in order. The halo suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, and a sapphire blue light door appeared in the center. You still dare to say that you haven't been here before? Well, don't worry about the details. Chenrui shrugged at King Octopus and handed over the cloak and glasses. The real 4th floor is inside. Wear this first just in case. Especially the cloak, it should save a lot of trouble. After all, the purpose of our trip is to find someone. Humph! King Octopus took the glasses and cloak. After thinking about it, he still put them on. The two stepped into the space door. After the scenery distorted, they had entered another world. This world was like a big screen with countless small screens in the middle, which were the subworlds. These subworlds gradually changed like the entrances of activities. Chinrui and Red Mantis walked in the air. Translucent steps automatically appeared under their feet with every step they took. These active worlds contained countless mysterious knowledge and power. Those who entered could choose to enter the entrance to browse or comprehend, but the process had to be completed within a limited time. Once the glasses emitted a red warning light, they had to immediately crush the red jade lock on their cloak, and they could be directly teleported out of the gate. However, the purpose of Chinrui's visit today was not for knowledge, but for Tiffany. Therefore, he took off the glasses. The main function of these magic glasses was overtime alarm and filtering. As soon as he took them off, the scene in his sight suddenly changed. All the worlds disappeared and turned into flashing symbols all over the sky, ancient runes. This was a world composed of ancient runes. Just like the binary, 1 and 0, of a computer, everything was composed of 18 basic symbols. If the ancient runes that Chinrui mastered in his heart were compared to short essays composed of words and sentences, then the entire fourth floor world was a coherent and complete long epic. Although it was not the first time he saw this wonder, Chinrui was still shocked. These runes were profound and mysterious. Even at Chinrui's current level, he still couldn't fully understand it. The skill of deep analysis suddenly ran at a high speed. This place gives me an uneasy feeling. King Octopus took off the glasses and looked surprised. He then put it on again. Well, I'll listen to you next. What should we do? Don't wander around first. Let me take a look. Chinrui concentrated and began to analyze the traces and patterns of these runes. It was too difficult to find Tiffany from so many small worlds in a limited time. This method of analyzing the essence directly was the most direct. There seems to be traces of change here. Maybe we can start from here. Chinrui looked back and was shocked because King Octopus, who had been waiting for him, suddenly disappeared. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 778. A considerable part of Chinrui's daily deep analysis had been reserved for the space artifact. Tower of Glory. As long as he didn't forcibly activate the Tower of Glory, he could still use deep analysis freely with his current S++ spirit power. This ancient rune world was not static, but it was constantly circulating and changing, just like a huge living body. For Chinrui, who had mastered the basics of runes, it was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. However, what he needed to do now was not to absorb the knowledge of the treasure trove, but to find his companions and the goal of this trip as soon as possible. Although he didn't know how Tiffany stayed in this place for more than a month, it was certain that in about a few hours, this treasure trove of knowledge would become the scariest hell. Chinrui took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to analyze and identify the changes in the surrounding ancient runes. However, the disappearance of the red mantis just happened, but it was already untraceable like a drop of water in the vast ocean. However, the changes in the runes he discovered earlier were probably left by Tiffany, who entered this world 40 days ago. It could be guessed that Tiffany must have caused some amazing changes. Now that it was impossible to find the red mantis, he could only follow the traces that might be left by Tiffany. Perhaps he could still find relevant clues. Chinrui's deep analysis had been running to the limit. Those incomprehensible sentences were quickly copied by deep analysis. He was looking for possible coincidences in his memory and understanding at high speed. Although there were still some errors, he had faintly understood part of the meaning. It was like a primary school student reading a novel that he was interested in. Although he didn't know many words, he could still roughly understand the general meaning expressed in the novel. Following this general feeling, Chinrui carefully walked forward step by step. In analytical eyes, the transparent ladder was actually a cyclical condition handle. If this handle was combined with alchemy and applied to the real world, it was likely to produce quite wonderful things. Unfortunately, Chunrui didn't have such extra thoughts now. He was just trying to digest and identify the mysterious runes that constituted the origin of the world, looking for traces that might be left by Tiffany. For the rune world, it was like a person's wounds were slowly healing, and many of them had been assimilated. Moreover, the entire world wasn't static. It was constantly changing, which made it more difficult for Chunrui, who was originally an outsider. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Chunrui came to a dejected conclusion. If he continued to search like this, it would be difficult to find any results even after a few days. There was not much time left for him. If the red mantis did not use the power of the cloak to escape, then he would have implicated the octopus emperor. Therefore, he could only take the risk. What Chunrui had to do was to use deep analysis, understanding of the ancient runes to use his own power to cause a certain impact on this world so that he could find the clues he wanted to find. Simply put, he was acting as a virus to invade this computer. A physical golden rune appeared in Chunrui's hand, and he slowly flew toward a node that he had been spying on for a long time. This rune seemed to be only the size of a palm, but it condensed all of his power. The golden rune quickly merged into the rune of that node. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour passed, and there was still no movement. Chunrui gave up waiting helplessly. As he was about to walk forward, several golden lights suddenly appeared in his sight. The golden light of the node spread around like a spider web. Although it was only a small movement relative to the entire world, it was enough to make Chunrui look surprised. He didn't act rashly. He immediately put on the pair of magic glasses, and he saw the world in the glasses change strangely. An intermittent channel appeared in front of him. Chunrui knew that the power of the rune just now was limited. This kind of channel couldn't be maintained for too long, so he immediately walked in. Each section of the channel was another subworld. Chunrui shuddered for a while, and he felt that the wound, caused by a certain force to the big world, was becoming more and more obvious. Finally, he saw a floating figure in the void. Looking at the figure, this was a woman. Her body exuded a black and white light. As the light intersected, the night and day in the space were constantly changing. A powerful repulsive force was emitted. With Chunrui's current strength, he actually couldn't get close. Tiffany? Chunrui couldn't see the specific appearance of the woman. The distance between the two was about 1,000 meters, but in fact, they were in 2 different spaces. The repulsive force that Chunrui felt came from the intersection of the spaces. It contained the pure power of the law of destruction, which was very amazing. Chunrui had already felt that the power of the golden rune was about to disappear. So it was very likely that this space would also disappear from his senses because of the changes. Anyway, he had already come this far, and he couldn't fail at the last step. He took a deep breath, and a trace of blood flashed across his eyes. He had already switched to Shura mode. Shura, who had been annihilated in the battle with Terrace, had already been reborn. As long as Chunrui's real body was not destroyed, his doppelganger could be reborn indefinitely. The price was a lot of aura and corresponding time. If the doppelganger didn't leave the real body, Chunrui could directly use the ability, but if he split out a doppelganger, he couldn't use it. A huge black hole appeared in front of him. This was the Star Devouring, that was integrated with Shura's devouring power. Its power was far above the normal Star Devouring. Chunrui jumped into the black hole and merged with it. In an instant, the extremely pure aura of destruction around him crazily poured into the black hole. The edge of the nothingness of the space gradually solidified into a translucent substance, like glass. As the aura of destruction weakened significantly, a crack appeared on that glass. The crack spread rapidly, and with a bang it shattered. The 2 spaces merged into one. The black and white light on the woman's body also quickly dimmed. The distance between her and Chunrui was suddenly shortened by a lot, just tens of meters away. Chunrui, who had retracted the black hole, saw clearly. It was indeed Tiffany, but her eyes were closed tightly, and she seemed to be unconscious. At this moment, An extremely dangerous omen surged in Chinrui's heart. His eyes, that should still have some time to warn, suddenly lit up with a warning red light. Before Chinrui could react, the calm world around him instantly boiled. The indescribable aura of ferocious power erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire world. Tiffany's body was wrapped in the aura and slowly became blurred. Chinrui was so oppressed by that aura that he couldn't move, and he couldn't crush the cloak lock to escape. He could only watch Tiffany's figure disappear bit by bit under this aura. Bang! The magic glasses shattered, and the ancient runes that were changing crazily could no longer be seen clearly. However, he could feel the increasingly intense meaning: death. Annihilation. Chinrui's vision had become blurred because of the increasingly violent power. Even his body had almost lost consciousness. Only his spirit and soul were struggling to resist. Under such circumstances, even if he could barely cast the Stargate, he couldn't enter at all. This pressure had far exceeded any national-level powerhouse that Chinrui had encountered, and even exceeded that of the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augustus. With such an absolute gap, even if Chinrui could cast the polar transformation, he was definitely not a match for it. The violent and restless rune world gradually calmed down, and his vision began to recover. He saw that in the void in the center, there was an additional huge eye. Chinrui had fought with Cyril, who had a third eye. He had also seen Rodriguez condense the gold and silver eyes and Augustus' eye of the dragon god in the Tower of Destruction using the light and dark elements of origin fragments. However, these eyesight combined were not as terrifying as this eye. Compared with the previous violent breath, this eye exuded a relatively tranquil power, but this tranquility gave people a stronger sense of suffocation. There was no information in the analytical eyes. Obviously, this eye was further away from him than he imagined. The pupil of the eye was black with a crystal-clear meaning. The gaze was very indifferent. Chinrui instinctively felt that as long as this eye had a slight thought, it could turn him into ashes. What a terrifying power this was! According to Terrace, the gods had fallen into a deep sleep, then this level of strength should be infinitely close to the gods. False god! Whose believer are you? The soul-penetrating voice sounded in Chinrui's mind as if it came from the deep hell. Formidable powerhouse, please forgive my presumptuousness. My name is Aguile. I was entrusted by the bloody Empire Lord Raisin to come here and bring back Ms. Tiffany, the noblewoman of the Mammon royal family. Chinrui used the analytical eyes and responded in his mind. Ignorant ant! No matter how profound your hiding skills are, that kind of light attribute physique still can't hide from the eyes of a real powerhouse. Body of light blessing. No! I saw something purer than the body of light blessing. Humph! Are you the Pope of the Church of Light, or the successor of the Pope? Or what plans does that damn schemer Michael have? Chinrui was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to see through the skills of the super systems, breath holding, and camouflage at a glance. He directly exposed his body of light blessing. Moreover, I said the name of Michael, the head of the 3 supreme angels, on the ground without hesitation. It must be a false god powerhouse of the same level. In the most mysterious 4th level of the Bloody Empire weapon-making alliance, there was actually a pseudo-god powerhouse hidden in this active ancient runes world. This truth was really too shocking. Chinrui's mind turned quickly, and he said quickly, Please allow me to explain, Honorable Sir. My name is Charlie. You may have heard of my name. The voice of the I revealed a fluctuation that made the soul tremble. Your kind of soul rebirth trick is not worth mentioning in front of my evil eye. Now, answer my question immediately. If you play tricks again, I will turn your soul into complete nothingness. Chapter 779. The name, Charlie, sounded a bit familiar to Chinrui. He should have seen it in the religious materials that he occasionally read on the internet in his previous life. However, in this magical world with Lucifer, Satan, Michael, it was not surprising that there was one more, Charlie. Just like the others, he couldn't match the legend in the otaku's memory. Now that his life was in Charlie's hands, and the man had already confirmed his identity as a human and his body of glory, if he denied it or quibbled, he might be killed immediately. What made Chunrei the most nervous was the term, soul rebirth. Could he see through it even though he had transmigrated? But it did not seem like it. Why was it called a trick? Chunrei thought quickly and answered, "My lord, you're really insightful. I'm indeed a human, and, from the holy mountain of light. But before I confess the whole thing, I want to ask, what do you mean by the trick of soul rebirth?" "Humph! Don't you so-called saints think that you have eternal life and that your soul can be reborn infinitely in the Holy Kingdom?" Charlie said disdainfully. "That's just a trick to fool the believers. If you think that you can play tricks in front of me, my evil eye will destroy all your hopes." "So that's how it is." Chunrei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought of the eternal life that St. Clark and April once said. He couldn't help but frown and said, "It seems that Sir Charlie is very familiar with the Holy Mountain. However, when a saint told me about this eternity, my answer was, I don't know if the so-called rebirth is true. I only know one thing. There is nothing absolutely eternal in the world. Any immortal existence will decay one day, even gods." Charlie was silent for a moment. "You're wrong. Gods are truly immortal, even if you continue, I might consider giving you a chance to live." Chunrei knew very well that the so-called giving him a chance to live was not because of what Charlie had said, but because Charlie had already planned it. It seemed like he still had some value. Otherwise, if Charlie blinked, an ant like him would have been annihilated before he even had the chance to speak. "I want to make it clear that I'm not a follower of Michael. On the contrary, because of my constitution, the current Pope Fandis saw me as a thorn in his side. I was framed and hunted down by him. Left with no other choice, I took the risk of being swallowed by the dimensional turbulence, and came to the demon realm. My body is still shackled by Raphael's divine artifact, true flame shackles." The crystalline look in Charlie's black eyes grew even more intense. Chunrei felt a strange power sweep through his body, and his hair stood on end. "It really is Raphael's true flame shackles," Charlie seemed to be thinking. The power that bound Chunrei gradually loosened. "Your soul waves seem to have calmed down a lot. Is it because you've told the truth? Or is it because you've found the rhythm of lying? But judging from the evidence, the former is more likely. All right, according to your story, a majesty with a body of glorious light who should have become the Pope, should have considered revenge, right?" Although Charlie might believe him, Chunrei knew that these old monsters who had lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He did not dare to relax. "Of course I want to take back everything that I've lost. With my body of glorious light, the position of Pope should have been mine, but with my current strength, I can't shake the foundation of the sacred mountain at all. However, these are all empty words now. My priority is to stay alive in front of you." Charlie's voice was a little more disdainful. "You're smart, but the value you've shown is not enough to pique my interest. It's not enough to disturb this kingdom, and wake me up from my slumber." The fourth floor of the library was indeed a pseudo-god kingdom. Chunrei knew very well that it was not a broken kingdom like the Saint Dragon Kingdom, but a true pseudo-god kingdom. Although he had regained the ability to move, he still could not escape. As long as Charlie willed it, he would be annihilated before he could enter the Stargate. So, he had to use his wits. "I'm here this time to take Miss Tiffany away. This lady's identity is a little special. As for unintentionally disturbing your slumber, I'm very sorry. Also, I can show you the value that you need." "Tiffany? What are you trying to remind me of?" Charlie said meaningfully. "It seems that you still don't know why she's here." Chunrei carefully probed. "I really don't know. I only know that she seems to be a disciple of a big shot." "Disciple? What are you trying to say?" Charlie seemed to smile. "In fact, she's just a tool of Satan. However, after she leaves my place, she should be an important tool." Chunrei faintly understood. "Charlie really knows Satan, And Tiffany coming here should be ordered by Satan to use Charlie's power to carry out some kind of ritual or transformation. If I knew this was Sir Satan's intention, I wouldn't have accepted Raisin's commission. Chinrui had already scolded Raisin dozens of times in his heart, but looking at Raisin's attitude, he probably didn't know the secret of a pseudo-god powerhouse on the 4th floor. No matter what, this time it was a trap. The huge eye moved slightly. Have you really seen Satan? Yes. Chinrui already had a snake pattern badge in his hand. This was given to me by Sir Satan. I can summon him at any time. It turns out to be like this. With Satan's eyesight, your light physique can't be hidden from him either. He should have his own plan to give you this badge that summons Avatar. Charlie sneered. You're very smart. You didn't summon his avatar in front of me, then you should understand that your value to Satan doesn't mean that it's valuable to me. I understand. Chinrui bowed, but he was secretly shocked. Charlie inadvertently revealed 2 truths. First, the snake pattern badge in his hand is actually used to summon Avatar. Second, Satan has long discovered my light physique. The avatar in this world is different from Shura's avatar. It is equivalent to a projection. The strength is only a part of the main body. Legend has it that when the gods show miracles, sometimes avatars will descend. This belongs to the category of quite advanced power. It can also cast the power of the kingdom, or other secret techniques. It is by no means comparable to Garatam's simple projection or avatar. As for Satan's plan, Chinrui couldn't know. When he first met Satan, he should only have the body of light blessing. Later, it was absolutely wise to use the dual training technique to remove the trace of demigod power in his body. But Aliphius's body still seems to have some problems, Charlie asked. What is the power that you just devoured? The destruction power. Destruction power? Chinrui remembered the previous scene of using the black hole to devour the pure destruction power, and he replied, That's my mutated devour talent, but the use is not unlimited. When it reaches a certain amount of devouring, it can no longer be used. Even if the use is limited, it is also a great talent to be able to devour the destruction power like that. Maybe it can play an unexpected important role at a certain critical time. Then, I will give you a choice. Accept my evil moon curse mark and do one thing for me. I don't seem to have any reason to refuse this only way to survive. Chinrui smiled bitterly. Charlie's giant eyes glowed with a faint fluorescence, and a strange eye-shaped symbol slowly flew over. Chinrui bowed to the mark and let the curse mark enter his body without any resistance. After the curse mark entered his body, it suddenly turned into a strange power that spread and penetrated into his soul. The super system immediately sounded an alarm, but Chinrui did not confirm the transformation. Instead, a trace of blood-red color flashed quickly in his eyes. He accepted the curse mark in another form. Very well, you don't have to worry about this curse mark. As long as you don't betray me, it will not cause any harm to you, nor will it bring you any trouble. It can also let you have part of the evil pupil's power. If you really complete this task, I will give you a generous reward, and I can even help you regain everything you have lost. Chinrui nodded respectfully. Please enlighten me, sir. Charlie's voice was filled with satisfaction. This matter actually has something to do with Tiffany. She came here with Satan's instructions, and she wants to use my power to complete something. This involves my agreement with Satan. Now it seems that it is almost done. Chinrui thought for a moment. May I ask, what is it? I was going to tell you this. Satan needs my evil pupil's power to turn that girl into a key. This key can open a mysterious place. Chinrui was shocked. Tiffany was a key. Was this the real reason why Satan wanted to take her as his disciple? Was this the fate of the cute girl in his memory? Her body is very special. She has light and darkness in her body. With Satan's secret technique and my evil eye's baptism, I've perfectly synchronized the light and darkness elements in her body with a mysterious seal. This is the significance of the key. Her baptism has only 2 results. First, she becomes a real key that has lost her consciousness and crystallizes her flesh and blood. Second, she retains her body and consciousness, but she also has the function of a key. Originally, she almost became the first type of existence, but because you devoured the destruction elemental energy at the crucial moment, and the runes you tried to use had some small changes, her current fate has changed a little. It should be the second type of outcome. Chenrui let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, this was better than the first result. This is what I want. I will help her and do something to her body. When the time comes, you can use the power of the evil pupil to sense where she is. At a certain time, Satan will ask her to go to that mysterious place to find something. There is a powerful destructive element there. With your talent and the evil pupil I gave you, you should be able to deal with it. All you need to do is follow her there, take that thing, and give it to me. Chenrui finally understood why Charlie had spared his life. Master Charlie, what does the thing look like? He asked. It's actually a part of something. More accurately, it's half. It should be kept in a silver box. This answer made Chenrui's heart beat wildly. The other half of the thing Charlie was talking about was in his hands. Chapter 780. Silver Box. This had always been a mystery in Chenrui's heart. Back then, Paglio once joined forces with Rala to fight against Rainieri and Jacob. Then, he turned hostile and ambushed Rala. In the end, he was imprisoned by Dragon Emperor Augustus for 2,000 years because of this box. Chenrui obtained this silver box from Paglio's treasure. He only opened it twice in total. To be precise, it was not really opened. As a result, Shura was born. The silver box was now hidden in the Fountain of Resurrection in a laboratory in the Rainbow Valley. However, what Chenrui did not expect was that even top powerhouses like Charlie and Satan, who were infinitely close to the gods, were coveting this silver box. Moreover, there was more than one silver box. You've actually heard of this silver box? Although Chenrui's emotional fluctuation was fleeting, it was still captured by Charlie keenly. The surrounding breath suddenly solidified. Chenrui knew that something was wrong. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He replied almost without thinking. To be honest, sir, when I came to the demon realm, I heard a demigod powerhouse mention a mysterious silver box by chance. However, the silver box I heard is 1/7 of something. I wonder if it is the same thing sir mentioned? This 1/7 was not made up by Chenrui, but Rala said at the beginning that the silver box was 1/7 of something. If the 7 could be perfectly combined, even the gods would have to do something. He just did not understand why there was a difference between the two statements. That should be another silver box. If you have any information in this regard, report to me immediately. Chenrui answered quite quickly. Charlie indeed let go of his doubts and replied. As for 1/7, from another perspective, it can indeed be understood this way. In fact, this thing and something at the peak of the holy mountain of light are also. It's meaningless to talk about this now. As long as you complete my mission, I will do my best to help you return to the human world and ascend to the position of Pope. By then, you will naturally understand many secrets. If we can continue to cooperate, it will be a win-win situation with huge benefits. However, you don't have the right to know. The divine hall of light at the peak of the holy mountain was actually related to the silver box. Even though he didn't have the final answer, he had learned enough secrets today. Chenrui took a deep breath and regained his composure. Sir, there is one more thing. Is there a way to hide my glorious body? Since I'm already working for you, I naturally don't want to be seen through by others. Moreover, this is the devil world. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Actually, your disguise technique is already brilliant enough. If it were another false god powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to instinctively sense the uncomfortable light aura if they didn't have the experience of fighting those fellows from the surface world for countless years. More importantly, your worries are unnecessary now. There was a hint of pride in Charlie's voice. The evil moon's sigil contains the power of my evil eye. As long as you can understand its mysteries, you'll be able to perfectly conceal the glorious body of light and other auras. Unless you're willing to reveal it, even Michael can't see through it. Of course, except for me. Not only that, fusing with the power of the evil eye can also speed up the process of removing the true flame shackles. I can see that it's only a matter of time before you break free from the shackles. However, I have to warn you about one thing first. The evil moon sigil has become one with your soul. You can fuse and borrow it, but you must never try to remove the sigil. Also, don't try to betray me. Otherwise, you'll get the most miserable end in this world. Understood. Chinrui exhaled. I have a partner this time, and many mechanics in the Mechanic Association outside seem to be infected by some kind of leaked power. Is your partner that little kingdom-level octopus? He revealed his original body and tried to attack this kingdom to escape, but I subdued him. I'll send him and Tiffany away from here. As for the Mechanic Association, it's because of the leakage of some kind of power of law caused by Tiffany's baptism. It should be fine now. Thank you, sir. I'll never disclose what happened today to anyone. Chinrui said and bowed again. You're very smart. I've always been fair in rewards and punishments. Other than the power of the evil eye, I have two more things to give you. Charlie's black pupils flashed, and something flew over. Chinrui took it and looked at it. It was a hexagonal bronze badge with an eye pattern on it. This is the evil eye sigil. It can summon my clone. When you're looking for the thing that Tiffany is looking for, if you encounter Satan's obstruction, you can use this sigil. I need to accumulate power now, so I'll be sleeping most of the time. So, you must never use the sigil to disturb me. Otherwise, you'll summon a nightmare that destroys yourself. It wasn't the first time that Chinrui heard this tone. He nodded, proficiently. Judging from your previous performance, you have an amazing foundation and understanding of ancient runes. This memory crystal contains the essence of ancient runes. Ancient runes is one of the necessary foundations of the false god state. Whether it's to enter that mysterious place or for your future, it's essential. Countless runes around suddenly turned into a crystal light and fell into Chinrui's hands. Chinrui looked happy and bowed. Thank you, sir. He knew very well that this was nothing more than a carrot and a stick. Apart from the silver box where the mystery was, in the long run, he, the body of light and the successor of the Pope, should also be of some value to Charlie. Maybe he would also be involved in the secret of the false god stealing faith. Soon after, Chinrui's figure appeared outside the thick door on the 4th floor. There were two people lying on the ground. One was Red Pipit, the Octopus King, and the other was Tiffany, who was wearing a veil. Octopus King woke up first. When he saw Chinrui, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said, "This is the door? Illusion?" Chinrui shook his head. "You have already changed to the Illusion King. You showed your original body just now and stirred the power of that world, so we came out." "Really? That place is too scary. I don't want to go there again." King Octopus crawled up and looked at the door with lingering fear. It stretched its body and said, "Ouch, my head hurts. My bones feel like they're falling apart." Bones? Isn't octopus a mollusk? Chinrui's strange look made Octopus King panic inexplicably. At this time, there was a sound of from the ground. Tiffany finally woke up. "Who are you?" Tiffany slowly stood up and stared at the two coldly. There was a murderous aura like ice in her eyes. Sure enough, it is the ruthless killer of Mountain Secret, not the curious and naive girl at the trade fair. Chinrui had already guessed that just like her light and dark physique, there was also a dual personality in this body. In analytical eyes, Tiffany's strength had reached S+. It seemed that the so-called baptism had also improved her strength. Unfortunately, this was only for the sake of the key. Even in the eyes of her teacher, this girl was just a sad tool. "We were entrusted by Raisin to bring you out from the 4th floor." Facing the vigilant Tiffany, Chinrui seemed very indifferent. "Obviously, this mission has been completed." Tiffany looked at Chinrui and Octopus King closely. She secretly felt the changes in her body and finally let go of her hostility. The mission of this trip to the library was finally completed, although the twists and turns were unbelievable. Among Charlie's rewards, the evil pupil emblem was fine, but the memory crystal containing the essence of ancient runes was the biggest gain. It could improve Chinrui and Rala's level of ancient runes by several levels. Besides, Charlie's statement that ancient runes is one of the necessary foundations of the pseudo-god realm should not be fabricated. In addition, the evil moon sigil was also one of the gains. According to Charlie, the power of the evil pupil contained in it was far more than just shielding the body of glorious light. Of course, this sigil was actually a death sentence. It was also a means for Charlie to control Chinrui. However, even someone as powerful as Charlie did not expect that this guy who received the evil moon sigil still had an incarnation. The sigil was actually swallowed by the incarnation. However, Chinrui did not intend to completely swallow the evil moon sigil and alarm Charlie. If he angered this boss, it was likely to implicate others. Therefore, this sigil was still temporarily stored in Shura's body. In case Charlie had any means of remote control or detonation in the future, it would only work on Shura. At most, he would let Shura fake his death and self-destruct. After waiting for 10 days to half a month, he would be fine again. The light and dark baptism on Tiffany's body would take 2 to 3 years to completely condense. At that time, she would go to a mysterious place to find another silver box. Chinrui was still considering whether to participate in this muddy water or not. He clearly realized that the most important key was his own strength. If he could reach the level of competing with Satan and Charlie, then he could be the Oreo behind the mantis stalking the cicada instead of being a cicada used as bait or a manipulated puppet. 2 to 3 years. It seems that the goal is not only the challenge of the 3 empires or Raisin. Maybe there are more. Chinrui slowly clenched his fists. When the 3 figures appeared outside the library, Raisin was already waiting there. Your Majesty, my friend and I have completed your entrustment. Raisin nodded. Master Turia and the rest of the mechanics have woken up. Thank you for this trip. Sirs, please go back and rest first. Raisin glanced at Tiffany behind Chinrui. Tiffany? Tiffany's gaze seemed to be colder. What's the matter? This tone was completely unlike the attitude a noblewoman should have toward the Emperor. Raisin shook his head slowly. Then I'm leaving. Tiffany dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Raisin frowned and did not stop her. When Chinrui met with the Dark Elemental King, he saw Belluin at the door of the lounge behind him with gratitude. She bowed deeply to him, and he nodded immediately. As the 3 of them were walking, King Octopus knocked his head that had been faintly aching and said, Wait a minute, I remember. There is a force in that world that makes me tremble. I seem to have fainted. Why did I suddenly appear at the door with you? I can only say that you think too much. Chinrui shrugged. If you like to insist on thinking when you have a headache, think about something else? Something else? For example, a fate duel? Damn, my head seems to hurt more. Chapter 781. A day later, Chinrui led the Enveis back to the fallen angel empire. The Dark Elemental King Hegel had already left without saying goodbye. Octopus King Red Pipit's original purpose was to wander around the demon realm on the way. After all, he was imprisoned in the Black Sea for so many years, and he was bored. However, not only did he not help much on this trip, but he also suffered a small loss in the strange place on the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion. He felt a little embarrassed. In addition, he was abused badly in the fateful duel, so he bid farewell to Chinrui halfway. In general, Octopus King was still a worthy friend. After Chinrui failed to persuade him to stay, he agreed to reunite with him at the Fallen Angel Capital's Alchemist contest half a year later, and he left reluctantly. The Bloody Empire's mission this time was more tortuous than expected, but the result was better than expected. Not only Raisin was cured, but they also got the promise of a strategic alliance within 2 years. The distribution network of magic games was fully spread in the Bloody Empire, and the progress was even faster than the Shadow Empire. Even if Catherine had the intention to obstruct, The Shadow Empire couldn't stop the trend that had been popular in most of the Demon Realm under the background of the peace agreement between the three empires. Especially after the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association launched a ranking list, the popularity of magic games reached a new height. This ranking list was divided into the overall ranking list and the regional ranking list. It included the ranking of level, comprehensive points, profession combat power, boss first kill, boss fastest kill, and so on. These lists were all named by the players in the game. Of course, many players used their real names, but in the Demon Realm, there was no such thing as name and portrait rights. Those who could be on the list would not only not cause trouble, but they would also be proud of it. Every month, those on the list would receive different levels of rewards from the Mechanic Association. In particular, the ranking list that was automatically cleared every month was the most popular. The points could be used to exchange for game equipment, items, materials, and so on. It could also be exchanged for a certain amount of magic crystal coins in reality. The way to make money in virtual games increased the popularity of magic games to a whole new level. Magic game TV towers popped up everywhere. The consecutive sales of Magic TVs and Magic game helmets brought huge profits to the three empires. However, in Shinrui's plan, even if there was no profit at all, the promotion was still worth it. Because, compared to the future, the current profits could only be regarded as a drizzle. At the same time, the players who chose the special profession of puppet pilots also entered the sights of the Imperial Black Ops. The best of these players would be the pilots of the construct puppets in the future. This kind of nationwide recruitment was much better than traditional conscription training in terms of quality and quantity. After returning to the Dark Moon Estate, Shinrui, the initiator of all this, spent most of his time behind closed doors to study the evil moon incantation in his body. Charlie didn't lie to him. The power of the evil eye contained in the evil moon incantation was indeed extraordinary. Shinrui only extracted a part of it and integrated it into his body, but his eyesight had been greatly enhanced. He could also exude a spiritual deterrent force similar to the dragon's demeanor from his eyes. After learning about the second silver box, Rala's eyes suddenly became bright. However, this silver box was the target of the pseudo-god powerhouses, so the chances of getting it were almost zero. Shinrui asked about the secret of the silver box again. Rala hesitated for a while, but she still insisted on not saying it. It was not because Miss Long wanted to keep it all to herself. She had no secrets from Shinrui now. It was just that the secret of the silver box involved the power related to the gods. Even if she reached the kingdomization and stepped into the super rank, she might not be able to touch it. However, for a scholar, this secret had a near-fatal attraction. Even Fairy Miss Long herself could only use a secret technique to forcibly close a part of her thoughts to avoid being tempted and being distracted in training. Especially the 6 elemental kingdoms were still a training method with a high risk factor. Therefore, she didn't want Shinrui to fall into such troubles. At present, focusing on the advancement of strength was the most important thing. It was best to study it after reaching demigod or pseudo-god. Shinrui finally understood Rala's good intentions, so he didn't ask anymore. He kissed Fairy Miss Long and took out a gift. It was the memory crystal containing the essence of ancient runes. Every time the memory crystal was read, the memory imprint would be indifferent. In other words, it would shatter and disappear when the reading times reached a certain limit. However, Shinrui had a powerful tool like deep analysis. He only read it once, and he copied the massive amount of information into his memory. He would slowly digest and absorb it in the future. Rala could still use it for at least 100 times. For Ms. Valley, Master of the Rainbow Valley, knowledge was more valuable than black crystal coins. Of course, black crystal coins were also very important. This memory crystal was undoubtedly the best gift. She hugged Shinrui and spun a few times in the same place under great joy. Later, in order to maintain a man's dignity, the Deputy Valley Master retaliated by hugging Ms. Valley Master and rolling all the way to the bed. The date of his wedding with Xiao was approaching day by day. Someone, who was training behind closed doors and occasionally selling his body to comfort his wives, didn't know that a conspiracy was unfolding against him. To be precise, it was against Aguile. Oliphius, do you understand? The black dragon chick was chewing a few skewers of grilled squid in her hand. Don't play dumb! Alice curled her lips. Otherwise, I won't treat you to the next barbecue meatballs, braised chicken wings, 3 delicacies hot pot, tofu pudding and tofu bean curd soup. Just listening to these names made the black dragon chick drool. She nodded quickly. I understand. Isn't it to help you deal with that brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? That despicable guy just lied to my sister by dealing with obsidian back then. I hate that guy the most. I want to make him make a fool of himself at the wedding. Not only at the wedding, but also at the concert before the wedding. And, by the way, let's make an appointment to mess with him first. Just treat it as a rehearsal. You must help me. The black dragon chick was a little worried. She took the money but did not do it. She was best at embezzlement, misappropriation, false invoices, and so on. However, Alice was a good friend. If she did this, it would be too unfriendly. The most important thing was that she had been freeloading many times. If she always stood her up, there would be one less free meal ticket in the future. The problem was that Alice had to deal with the boss who paid her salary. There were benefits on both sides. The chick was reluctant to let go of either side. By the way, I seem to have promised the boss not to reveal Aguile's identity to Alice. Otherwise, my salary and benefits for the whole year will be deducted. This is not easy to handle. Just as the black dragon chick was struggling to sing Dilemma in her heart, Alice threw out a heavy magic weapon. 1 month of free meal coupons at the VIP building of the Princess Villa. 50 specially provided yellow wine coupons. 1 gold crystal gift certificate for the Princess Retail Store Jewelry Carnival. Deal! The black dragon chick held the little lowly's hand with tears in her eyes. Mom said that I must take advantage of the situation. Boss, it's not that my army is incompetent, but the enemy is too cunning. The next day, Chen-Rui, who was summoned by Jia, came to the capital palace through the teleportation portal of the Rainbow Valley. Mr. Aguile, have you been busy recently? For a man who is about to become the husband of the Empire, shouldn't you seize the last moment to enjoy a life of indulgence so that you won't have this opportunity in the future? There were no outsiders here, so Jia's purple eyes showed a hint of a smile. Chen-Rui shrugged. Your Majesty the Charming Empress, should I feel sad or honored? Honored. There is no doubt about the answer. Jia replied affirmatively. Is our bridesmaid ready? There will be a much-anticipated concert before the wedding. I am looking forward to her performance. Her Majesty the Empress, who was always talking about politics, is now talking about the Crystal Palace. Is this a woman? Chen-Rui could only smile. In fact, the bridesmaid had another original sentence. If Our Majesty the Empress said that she is looking forward to my performance, then I am also looking forward to her performance on my man's bed. The lethality of this sentence was too great, and it also had a knockout effect. Considering the stability of the Crystal Palace, it definitely couldn't be conveyed. But speaking of it, being a hooligan, passion in bed, the seductive Madame Ant was enough to drag the serious Her Majesty the Empress down a street. Only the little demon girl, Kia, could match it. Seeing Chen-Rui's smile, Jia didn't ask further. She took out an envelope. This is an invitation letter that Alice asked me to deliver. She said that she wants to perform at the concert. In the afternoon, she invited Aguile to the suburbs to play and rehearse. Alice? Invite me? Chen-Rui took the invitation letter and inexplicably thought of the bits and pieces of playing in the dark moon with the little lowly back then. There was a burst of warmth in his heart, but this time, the person Alice invited is actually Aguile, whom I have always hated. With the black-bellied lowly, she must be up to no good. How long do you want to hide it from Alice? Jia sighed. Actually, Alice has always liked you since the dark moon. She likes you very much. You misunderstood, Jia. I also like Alice, but, Just like a younger sister? Jia shook her head. Alice not only likes you, but she is no longer a child. If she knows that the person of her sister's wedding is the man she likes the most, she will be very sad. Well, there are always troubles growing up. I can't do anything to someone who is interested in me, right? Chinrui sighed. I already don't know how to clean up my sister's fiancé, Olifius. If there is another one, it will be more troublesome. Jia stared into his eyes. Of course, others can't, even if you want to. But Alice is my sister. Ever since she was young, I've always given her whatever she wanted. Well, the legendary benefit of sisters is what otakus dream of. If I really want to give my sister, it will be hypocritical to be unreasonable. Wait. Things. In this case, remarry the original husband, Aguil, and make him Princess Alice's husband. Jia's words shocked Chinrui, and then he burst into tears. It turns out that it is not the legendary sister, but the husband. Wait. Remarry. Seeing Royal Highness Prince Consort's bitter face, Her Majesty Empress finally showed a moving smile. Well, no matter what, this trip must make Alice happy. Otherwise, I will tell our little Princess Royal Highness Aguil's true identity. Finally, I will remind you that your 3-year appointment with her is coming soon. The last sentence made Chinrui feel a little dazed, as if he had returned to the situation when he hooked his finger with the little girl. 3 years so fast. Chapter 782. The capital's outskirts, Misty Leaf Mountain. The geographical location of Misty Leaf Mountain was relatively remote, but the scenery was quite good. The characteristic plant was a kind of blue leaf that exuded a fragrant mist. That was how Misty Leaf Mountain got its name. The place where Alice invited Aguil to play was at Misty Leaf Mountain. In addition to the 2 Demon Emperor-level lamp spirit guards, the little Princess Royal Highness also had a good friend, Olifius. Aguil was still wearing the standard outfit of a mask and cloak. The 4 of them rode demonic beasts all the way to Misty Leaf Mountain and chose a relatively flat grassland. Olifius, go and dig a stove. Sister Jeanine, can you go and get some prey nearby? The little loli took out a large tablecloth, skillfully spread it on the ground, and began to set the plates. Jenny and Jeannie nodded in assent before departing. Brother Aguil, can you help me pick some jade dragon fruit and purple vanilla for barbecue? The little loli came to Chinrui and handed him a small basket with an irresistible innocent smile on her face. Chinrui suddenly thought of the angel-like smile when he met Alice for the first time and was abducted to Aldous' lab by her. There was a knowing smile behind the mask as he took the small basket. Okay, Your Highness Alice. After Chinrui left, Alice's eyes suddenly changed. She looked a bit gloomy, as if she was holding a flashlight to illuminate her face. She took out a small bag. Olifius, we should move. Hand me the basket. I want to put a strong laxative in that berry juice. Humph. When Aguil has diarrhea later, you go and set a fire next to him. Ah? The black dragon chick scratched her head and secretly hid the empty bottle in her hand behind her. The little loli had quickly set the plate. You quickly give me the berry juice, or that guy will come back in a while. The black dragon chick asked guiltily. Is it the sour and sweet bottle? Ah? The little loli immediately reacted, and she had a bad feeling. She quickly grabbed the basket and opened it. She was dumbfounded. Where is my berry juice? And the anesthetic pudding? Where are the swelling grass biscuits? All gone. The black dragon chick said embarrassedly. That pudding smells a little like Mama. It tastes really good. How could you do this? The heart's blood that Alice carefully prepared for 2 days was eaten up by Olifius. She cried out. I just dug a stove, and you have eaten all the things that I carefully prepared. Because you said we could have a big meal, so I purposely left my stomach empty for lunch. I'm too hungry now. The black dragon chick said embarrassedly, and her stomach made a goo-goo sound. Looking at Alice's teary face, the black dragon chick said guiltily. How about Alice, I'll give you an extra skewer of barbecue. No, 2 skewers. I don't want barbecue. Alice suddenly thought of something and opened her teary eyes. Don't you feel that your body is numb? Or do you feel bloated? It's all right. It's just that the biscuits didn't swell at all. I'm still hungry now. The black dragon chick touched her stomach, looking like she wanted to continue. Seeing Alice's sad look, she rolled her eyes. Alice, you don't know, that Igual is much more powerful than me. This little thing won't work on him. I have a kind of medicine. I heard that it's a super tonic. Tonic? Alice was stunned. No! The black dragon chick showed a rare wise look, and she shook her finger with wisdom in her hand. Piglio lied to me that it is a tonic, but judging from his and sister's performance last time, it should be a problematic poison. For this bottle of medicine, Piglio and Rala even had a fight. As a result, Piglio was beaten into a pig's head. Although I don't understand, it sounds very powerful. The little loli suddenly became energetic. She didn't even bother to wipe her tears. Where is the bottle of medicine? Look! There was a bottle in the black dragon chick's hand. It was a black solution. Why does the bottle look a bit like black pear juice? It's just a bottle of black pear juice, but it has a very expensive and delicious poison in it. Speaking of delicious, the black dragon chick's stomach cried out again. Is it very poisonous? Will it poison Igual to death? The little loli's purpose was to mess with people, never to harm people. No matter what, that annoying guy is sister's husband, and sister really doesn't seem to dislike him. The black dragon chick thought about it. Last time, Piglio asked me to let the boss drink it, so it shouldn't poison him to death. Moreover, if I let the boss drink it this time, I might be able to get the reward from last time. Thinking of this, the black dragon chick's eyes glowed like a black crystal coin, which overshadowed her appetite. It won't poison him to death. I can guarantee it. Okay. Just give it to Igual to drink. Alice raised her little fist. But this is a very expensive poison. The black dragon chick deliberately emphasized the word. Very expensive. Oliphius, are we friends? What? 2 months of free meal vouchers in the VIP building of Princess Villa. 100 special quality yellow wine vouchers. 2 gold crystal gift certificates for the Princess Retail Store Jewelry Carnival. A second later, Alice successfully got the very expensive and delicious poison. At this time, a suggestive cough came, and Chunrui's figure appeared, in time, in their sight. Princess Alice, this is purple vanilla and jade dragon fruit. Brother Igual, you are so fast! Alice's big eyes flashed with little stars, showing a look of admiration. I bought this bottle of black pear juice from the most famous Wawa beverage shop in the city. You must try it. Chunrui took the bottle of men's tonic, and he was speechless. Not to mention anything else, just based on Chunrui's understanding of this little loli, he knew that the little stars just now were just a cover for the 2 horns on her head and the little tail behind her. Besides, he didn't go far at all just now. He had been hiding nearby. As for the purple vanilla and jade dragon fruit, there were ready-made stocks in the storage warehouse. I remember that Poison Dragon said that this bottle of tonic has been destroyed by the black dragon chick. She actually secretly hid it again. This thing is not comparable to the third-rate anesthetic laxatives of the little loli. If I really drink it, something big will happen today. Fortunately, I am more careful. Brother Igual, aren't you going to drink it? The little loli's eyes shone with hope. Someone dropped money there. Chunrui pointed to the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Oliphius had already dashed away like lightning. The wind stirred up by the black dragon chick made Alice's hair flutter. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the bottle in Chunrui's hand was empty, and the other hand closed the mask. Very good taste. Thank you, Your Highness Alice. Alice looked at the empty bottle suspiciously. Aya, why does my head hurt a little? Chunrui covered his chest again. My heart is starting to hurt too. Is there something wrong with my recent training, really? Strangely enough, Alice did not look happy at all. Instead, she had a strange look on her face. One of my brothers once told me that when we explain a set of facts to people, most people will tell us the possible results. They can put the facts together in their minds, and by thinking about it, they can come up with the results. However, there are a few people, if you tell them the results, they can infer what the steps are to produce this result through their inner consciousness. This is called the retrospective inference method. Chinrui was taken aback. These words seemed to be what I said when I was telling Sherlock Holmes to the little lowly back then. I didn't expect her to remember it so clearly. The little lowly walked over slowly and looked at Chinrui with a scrutinizing gaze. Her nose twitched again as if she was smelling something. Although Alice could only look up at him from the height, Chinrui, who was a little scared, actually had the illusion of being looked down at. Your hands are clean. Ah? Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I mean, your nails don't have the residue or smell of purple vanilla or jade dragon fruit. There is not much mud on your shoes, only a little grass stalk. This shows that you didn't pick the jade dragon fruit and purple vanilla just now, and you didn't leave this area. Or you have overheard my conversation with Oliphius nearby. A pipe suddenly appeared in the little lowly's hand. She put it to her mouth and smacked it, looking like a great detective. Chinrui had begun to sweat. I see the most terrifying inference method again. Then you should know that there is a problem with what you just drank, so you used money to lure Oliphius away. When I couldn't open my eyes, you quickly poured the black pear juice. If I guessed correctly, you should pour it into the space item instead of the ground just in case. No way. She can even push it out from the storage space? The little lowly took the pipe and pointed in the direction of Oliphius. Then, you must be extremely familiar with Oliphius, or she is also very familiar with you. Your cuff has a little burn mark, and I can smell a strange smell. I only smelled this smell in Teacher Rala's Rainbow Valley laboratory. You should be doing some kind of magic experiment in Rainbow Valley these 2 days. That kind of place is not accessible to ordinary people, so your relationship with Teacher Rala is definitely not ordinary. Also, your mask is very new, and the edges are not smooth enough. There are almost no scratches, indicating that your mask is not often worn or changed. In other words, you don't wear a mask most of the time. The reason why you wear a mask is not to maintain a sense of mystery, but to conceal your true appearance. Or, you are probably someone we are very familiar with. Chinrui was really sweating this time. This is much more terrifying than the blind guess back then. After not seeing the little lowly for a while, she actually has such a powerful deduction ability. Then, the Sherlock brand pipe in the little lowly's hand disappeared in an instant. She put her hands on her waist, raised her fingertips into a beautiful arc, and pointed at Chinrui's mask. Her body exuded a powerful aura. Who are you? Well, actually, I came out this time to tell you the truth. I wanted to tell you a long time ago. Chinrui smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect. At this moment, Chinrui's heart suddenly had a warning sign. At the same time, the black dragon chick in the distance suddenly made a low roar. Chinrui was taken aback. He saw Oliphius's black hair began to flutter all over the sky, and her body exuded an extremely fierce aura. Not good! Chinrui immediately understood that the strange power in the black dragon chick's body broke out. It actually happened at this time. Oliphius's pupils quickly turned white, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead shone brightly. Her nails quickly extended to half a foot in length. Her gaze fell on Alice and Chinrui. She roared and instantly appeared in front of the two of them. She took the lead to grab Alice. Alice was shocked, but her strength was too weak. She could only watch her good friend who had lost her mind launch this fatal blow to herself. Alice! A loud shout sounded, and the little lowly felt that she fell into a warm embrace. As the scenery shook, she had already appeared in the distance. She escaped from the terrifying feeling of death. Don't move here! Chinrui instructed and flew to Oliphius. Now the black dragon chick was delirious, and her attacks were extremely violent. The most important thing was that Isabella, who could calm her, and the little mermaid princess, who could shorten her rage period with her singing, were not around. Chunrui was afraid of hurting the little chick, so he could only defend passively. Genie and Jeanine, who had obtained the prey, had already returned with the prey. Seeing this scene, they were both taken aback. Genie waved her hand, and buffs such as acceleration and strength immediately appeared on Chunrui. However, the debuffs cast by Jeanine had no effect on the black dragon chick, who had magic immunity. "Don't come over, you two! Protect Alice!" "Yes, Master!" Genie and Jeanine immediately came to Alice. Sister Jeanine, what do you call him?" Alice once went to the City of Stars to test the game, and she knew that the City of Stars was the ruin of the Grand Master's inheritance. All the alchemy creatures there respected one master. Genie and Jeanine looked at each other, and did not answer. Alice suddenly remembered the familiar sentence of Alice, just now, and an almost incredible inference suddenly came to her mind. The battle between Chunrui and the black dragon chick had entered a white-hot stage. The battle power of the peak stage of the demon overlord, especially when one side could not restrain it, was quite amazing. Chunrui did not use a powerful move. He just tried his best to divert Oliphius's violent power with the power of water, but Oliphius's strength after rage was close to S++. Especially after merging with the Dragon Island's secret treasure, the demon-resisting claws. Her claws could be said to be invincible. Even the aura blade couldn't cut them off. With a slight carelessness, his shoulder was clawed, and there were 5 shocking bloody marks suddenly. Chunrui endured the pain and grabbed Oliphius's arm firmly. As the two's power contended, the nearby ground distorted terrifyingly. Even the protective enchantment jointly created by Genie and Jeanine was constantly shaking and trembling in the powerful force field. Chunrui's heart moved. His eyes channeled the newly realized power of the evil pupil, and he stared at Oliphius's face. Under the effect of the power of the evil pupil, Oliphius's gaze was involuntarily attracted to him. They looked at each other, and her white pupils slowly returned to black. She also regained consciousness. "Boss!" She had already fainted after saying 2 words. Chunrui caught the black dragon chick's soft body and held her up. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that the evil pupil taught by Charlie could actually restrain Satan's strange power. It seems that this is the best way to relieve Oliphius's rage. I have to study more in the future." As soon as the battle was over, the little loli over there had already rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cried, "You liar, brother!" Chapter 783. Under the attention of the entire demon realm, the wedding day of Her Majesty of the Fallen Angel Empire finally arrived. Almost all lords and the upper echelons of the empire attended the wedding ceremony held in the morning. The Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire also sent messengers to deliver congratulatory gifts. The whole ceremony was grand and solemn. The whole process was broadcast by Magic TV. However, Chunrui, who was also one of the protagonists, was dizzy all the way. The royal wedding was no trivial matter, especially for the supreme ruler, Her Majesty the Emperor. Various steps, etiquette, and rituals must be followed. As for how it was completed, the dizzy male protagonist had some vague memories. He only remembered that it took 2 hours to dress up beforehand. Aguil, who appeared in front of the public, still wore a mask to remain mysterious, but this mask was a simplified version that only covered the eyes, revealing the mouth, nose, and black hair. After the wedding ceremony was successfully completed, Aguil officially became the husband of Empress Jia. In fact, the husband was just an accessory of the Empress. It was more of a symbol. In a sense, it was equivalent to being used as a queen, chief male pet, etc. Her Majesty Empress had the right to revoke or replace it. Even if Aguil was really the rumored king of Beelzebub, this relationship also meant the surrender of the Beelzebub royal family. After the ceremony, there was a celebration. Not only was there a traditional banquet and ball, but there were also 2 major celebrations. The first was the Queen's Cup battle ball game held in the Royal Arena in the afternoon. Although the battle ball was impacted by the magic game, its popularity still did not decrease, especially when the Battle Ball League of the Three Empires was about to begin. The Queen's Cup game was actually the most important warm-up game before participating in the Demon Realm League. The two teams that were playing were the Red Blood team and the Flame team. The players were elites selected from all over the world. They were equivalent to the national team. Their individual skills and abilities could be rated as top-notch today, but they still needed to be further honed in terms of tacit understanding. After a fierce and wonderful confrontation, the Red Blood team defeated the Flame team 4-2 to win the championship. Since the Battle Ball became popular, the Demon Realm audience had a considerable level of appreciation. This high-level game was like a sumptuous meal that made the fans eat heartily. The second event was the large-scale concert, Dream Night, that opened in the evening. The venue was also the arena. This was the second concert held by the Demon Realm. After the first concert gathered countless people, this concert was unprecedentedly popular. Countless fans came from all directions, including the fans of the other two empires. The arena was full again. The admission tickets of the concert had already been snapped up, and the black market price had also been inflated to an astonishing height. Fortunately, the Fallen Angel Empire was prepared. They added large screens for live broadcasts in the square and many locations, and sent a large number of soldiers to maintain order to prevent chaos. The two protagonists of today's wedding ceremony were also watching the concert. However, they weren't at the venue, but in the palace. To be precise, they were in the palace. There was no magic TV in the palace, but it was as if they were at the scene. After all, there was a special ceremony. Our bridesmaid is amazing, but why does the beginning of the world seem so familiar? The bride and the groom held hands and sat on the sofa, watching the veiled woman who was playing music in the magic forest. In the elegant sound of tsuchin, a graceful figure walked in the mist, appearing ethereal and mysterious. Yeah, amazing. Shinrei's forehead was a little sweaty. It was indeed amazing. How was this? The beginning of the world. It was clearly the end of the world. Kazan really played such a song at the wedding celebration concert. There was a strange friendship between Isabella and Jia. Especially after the life and death battle with Obsidian, this friendship became stronger, but the tit-for-tat performance gave the happy male pig a headache from time to time. Alright, let's just treat it as the beginning of the world. Jia smiled knowingly. I'll accept her gift. I'll give her a big gift in return for her next wedding. Shinrei really wanted to say, revenge breeds revenge, when will it end? But it was obvious that this was a subtle battle between women, and it was better for men not to get involved. He immediately poured 2 glasses of fruit wine and handed them to Jia. According to the rules of our hometown, newlyweds should drink a glass of cross-cup wine. Jia's attention was indeed diverted. She showed a cautious expression, turned off the projection, took the wine glass, and drank the wine according to the posture Shinrei said with crossed arms. According to the rules of my hometown, you are my official wife. Shinrei looked at Jia's moving purple eyes and delicate red lips. My Princess Royal, you are so beautiful. The address of Princess Royal made Shay seem to return to the time when the two of them first met. The experiences of knowing each other, loving each other, parting in life and death appeared in her mind. A warm feeling slowly spread in her heart. The usual cold face on the throne had long melted, leaving only the warmth. Naturally, the 4 lips fused together, and the warm feeling quickly spread from the junction to the whole body. Wait a minute. Jia suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed the hand that was sliding down. This won't do. I have waited for several years. I can't wait any longer. There is a saying in my hometown that the night is long, but the night is short. We have to hurry up. Shinrei smiled, picked her up, and walked to the bed with a standard princess carry. Since you are the husband, you must listen to my orders. Jia struggled a few times, and her voice suddenly softened. Is tonight okay? In the future, you can do whatever you want. It was the first time that Chenrui heard this kind of pleading tone. His heart swayed, and he finally put her down gently. Answer a few questions for me first. Jia pulled Chenrui to sit on the bed. Okay. I have been wondering what is the reason for you to establish the alliance of the three empires. Is it to unify the power of the demon realm, to deal with, or to retaliate against the human world where you were originally? You never seemed to mention to me what happened before you came to the demon realm. As your wife, I want to know everything about you. Chenrui thought for a while. Before coming to the demon realm, my memory is fragmented. I only remember the Grand Master's inheritance and my former name, Arthur. It is like a dream. Just like how I abandoned the name Arthur, I had abandoned everything in the past. The demon world had my beloved woman, my best friend, and the business that I had built up. This was my home. I would never leave this place. As for the alliance of kingdoms, it has nothing to do with revenge. I just want to eliminate the root cause of the war in the demon realm and truly let the fallen angel empire, and even the entire demon realm develop in peace. There are many other ideas, including how to defeat the two empires without shedding a single drop of blood in the next 2 years, as well as some economic and military measures. But these are not suitable to be discussed on our wedding night. What if I insist? Dear Royal Highness, you said you would answer the question. Jia glanced at him with a faint smile. Chenrui's face suddenly became bitter. No way, this is not scientific. Sister, the night is too short. If I knew it, I wouldn't have agreed. This expression fell into Jia's eyes, and she smiled. Well, then let's change the question. How did you coax Alice during that outing? These days I saw that she was very energetic, completely different from the listlessness of a few months ago. She even personally made a gift for me. Could it be that you've successfully tricked my younger sister into your hands? What is successful? In fact, I am the loser, okay? Chenrui recalled a series of moves such as flying pounce, bear hug, lowly sit, and neck wrapping when Her Royal Highness saw through the identity of Aguile. That day, he couldn't help but shudder. That day, Alice cried and laughed. That day, he walked back with Alice on his back. That day, the two made a formal agreement. No matter what identity it was in the future, no matter what the relationship between the two was, he would always be by her side without any reason or condition. With this solemn promise, Alice finally put down the big stone in her heart, and she no longer entangled in 3 or 2 years. In fact, the reason why the little lowly made a long-term plan was that the little lowly had one thing that she struggled with the most. She was almost 17 years old. Why hadn't her height and appearance changed in the past 2 years? Especially the chest. Why did I hear that my sister started at the age of 15? Therefore, I must wait until I really have the hardware to compete. I must defeat my sister, defeat Athena, defeat Kia. Speaking of which, when did Teacher Rala develop the quick magic of the big-breasted aliens? The above is the little lowly's random entry. When Jia saw Chenrui was distracted, she pinched the soft flesh on his waist. No matter what, being able to see Alice regain her vitality, you barely pass. By the way, yesterday a lady told me that although I'm the only woman of Aguile, it's just a sock puppet or smuff. According to the main body, I'm ranked last, right? Chenrui wanted to cry but had no tears. He could say the name of yesterday's lady with his eyes closed. I say, can you not be more like the end of the world? The third question is, how many more women are you going to collect? Jia pinched her waist and made a difficult 360-degree rotation with her fingers. It was the move that lady taught her. Not more than one! Really? With you guys, I'm really completely satisfied. Chenrui endured the pain and made a vow. I swear in the name of Chenrui that I will never touch new women. If I violate new women naturally did not include Her Majesty Empress. However, the current harem was enough. If there were a few more, the blood sacrifice of the Crystal Palace would turn the male pig into a dry corpse. From now on, he would be an honest man and have sex steadily. Before the oath was finished, His mouth had been gently covered by Jia. Humph. It's just a vow that doesn't match your heart. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. Her smooth hand gently stroked his face. The last question, the woman in front of you, whether she succeeds or fails, has or loses, are you willing to accompany her until the end of everything? Chenrui looked into her eyes. Of course, just like she has always been with him. Jia's purple eyes became misty. Her face was flushed as if she was drunk. She slowly lay back. Although there was no special posture, it looked exceptionally seductive. The question and answer time is over. Then, Mr. Chenrui, now it's time for you to fulfill your duties as the Queen's husband. It was said that someone recalled afterward that this was the last, complete, sentence that Her Majesty Empress uttered tonight. Chapter 784. In the morning, Chenrui, who was immersed in a sweet dream, was suddenly awakened by an unexpected pain. The strange thing was that he didn't have the slightest warning before this, even though his spiritual power had reached S++. When he opened his eyes, the murderer turned out to be his royal princess, Her Majesty. Is it a punishment for some excessive positions during the sex last night? Compared with the little maid and others, it was also the first time. Her Majesty seemed to be more reserved and traditional. Although it could be seen that she had crammed some basic bed knowledge, she was still not Chenrui's opponent at all. From the initial resistance to the later being completely at his mercy, her feelings were naturally not known to outsiders. When Her Majesty saw him wake up, her face blushed, and she whispered, "Do you like it?" "Of course I like it." Unexpectedly, the iceberg royal sister, who was usually indifferent and almost cold, could show such a shy and moving charm. Someone's morning desire suddenly swelled up, and his hand reached out to the snow-white body under the quilt. Ouch! It hurts! His shoulder was bitten by Her Majesty again. This bite was a little strong, and the guy's high desires suddenly fell down. It can't be like this. Is he possessed by a hellhound? Didn't you just say that you like it? Jia's expression was a little surprised. That's not what I like. Chenrui just wanted to explain that he was not a masochist, but he saw Jia showing a puzzled look. In that book, didn't it say that men like good morning bite? Good morning bite? Chenrui's eyes lit up, and the desire that had just cooled down instantly swelled to the peak. He nodded quickly. I like it. Huh! Wait a minute, it seems that something strange has mixed in. Did you say that book? Jia's face was even more shy. It's a gift from Alice. I think it's called Those Things That Men These Bastards Like. There is a special note in it, saying that men like happy morning bite the most. Alice, I knew it would be like this. Chenrui's expression was a little embarrassed. This lowly shadow was really everywhere. Could it be that the morning bite in that stupid book was referring to the shoulder bite? The book didn't say that. Jia suddenly realized and asked, Isn't that the case? My silly empress, silly princess, you should have asked for help. Chenrui cupped the beautiful face that was just inches away from him, and kissed it on the exquisite white jade-like face. Then, he lowered his head and burrowed into the quilt. Her Majesty's exclamation came from the bedchamber, mixed with the evil laughter of a certain wolf. Little baby, I'll let you personally experience what a real morning bite is. The cool morning breeze blew through the green trees outside the bedchamber, stirring up the atmosphere of spring. Her Majesty Empress's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for merchants. Various promotional activities were launched. The Fallen Angel capital was as lively as a carnival festival every day. The craze lasted for more than 10 days before it gradually cooled down. As an empress, although Jia and Chenrui had a close relationship, she did not indulge too much in the harem life due to her duties. She also did not implement the honeymoon plan proposed by Chenrui. Instead, she resumed normal government affairs on the 3rd day of the marriage. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, all the affairs of the empire were developing in a good and orderly direction. Although the marriage of Chenrui and Jia was so grand that it made the rest of the girls jealous, everyone had a tacit understanding. According to the order, Jia should be the first woman Chenrui liked. The people who were behind were the ones who cut the queue. Now Jia was the last one. After many negotiations, the Empress, the female general, the female scientist, the female spy chief, and the maid reached a tacit understanding to divide the time of occupying the male pig trotters, distributed according to the weekly and monthly quota, and leave a certain amount of free time. The male pig trotters' shameless sexual life from then on, the book is over. Don't hit the head. You, throw the banana peel back into the trash can. Okay, the male pig trotter said, I think I can still be saved. A shameless sexual life was for sure, but with a series of mockery prefixes such as, more lines, too fixed. Men want freedom. I'm not a tool for sex. And so on. In fact, small competitions and disputes in the harem were inevitable. Fortunately, now that the girls had reached a tacit understanding and finally stabilized, Chenrui could also calm down and deal with the next step of the plan. At present, the magic game was quite successful, and the follow-up action was still to expand the coverage of the magic signal tower. Because it was a single-player game, the daily game time was limited, so the mystic crystals of the game helmet could still be used for a long time. For the time being, Chenrui did not intend to start the charging mode. For now, he wanted to fully expand the number. In fact, excluding the cost, the sales of the magic television and game helmet alone had already made a fortune. The preparations for the Three Empires Battle Ball League were all ready, and the competition would officially start next month. The Fallen Angel Empire had two teams. The Red Blood team's home ground was set in the capital's Royal Arena, and the Flame team's home ground was set in the Dark Moon Ancient Arena. This would be a grand event in the entire Demon Realm, and it was also Chenrui's attempt. His general direction was that after the war really subsided in the future, this kind of competition could eventually replace the battle and become another form for countries to show their force and collective cohesion. The technology of the best millet wine was quite mature, and various flavors had been developed. It was now popular throughout the Demon Realm. Recently, there was good news from Medusa. The distilled wine had been tested successfully, and its strength was far better than millet wine. It was named white wine by Chenrui, and it was being further adjusted for taste and fragrance. This was a secret weapon. Regardless of market or other considerations, Chenrui did not intend to launch it immediately. He would have to wait at least 2 years later. After the life and death battle with Raisin terminated all the contracts, other than Dodo, including the White Feather Estate Lord Sikali, the patriarch of the Shadow Empire's Custer family, Garadam and his apprentice. The master was a master-slave contract, and the apprentice was a master-slave contract, the Imp Slee, the Reyes trio of the Tree Shade Estate, Tim of the Wallen Fortress, and Samuel of the Human World. Their contracts were all terminated. After the peace talks between the Three Empires and the Dark Shadow Empire's capital, Chenrui secretly found Selene. Selene was a scheming girl. Not only did she know Chenrui's true identity, but she also controlled many economic vital points of the Dark Moon and even the Fallen Angel Empire. More importantly, the Dark Shadow Empire's top business family would become an important tool for Chenrui in 2 years, so he must control her. However, Chenrui signed a master-slave contract with Selene this time, not a master-slave contract. In other words, the master could not directly execute the servant. In case of death, the servant would not be affected. Of course, the servant could not betray the master, otherwise he would be sanctioned by the contract. Selene knew that it was easy to kill her with the opponent's current strength, and the Three Empires were likely to form a great alliance. Agual would still compete with Raisin 2 years later. Once he won, Agual might become the top powerhouse or even the master of the entire Demon Realm. If this team stood on the right side, then it would bring unimaginable benefits to both her and the Custer family. Therefore, Selene resolutely signed a master-slave contract with Chenrui to continue to act as an insider and fully support the Fallen Angel Empire. The Reyes trio had followed Chenrui since the beginning of the development of the Dark Moon, and they were deeply indebted. Especially Reyes, with the help of Chenrui, recaptured his lover, Visasha, restored the glory of his family, and became the lord of the fallen angel's special economic zone, the Tree Shade Estate. He was even more grateful. The situation of Tim and the Reyes trio was similar. They all had high loyalty, outstanding abilities, and it was difficult to betray. The termination of the contract was not a problem. Instead, it could be used as a means to make them completely loyal. Slee was almost forgotten, but for the imp, his life had reached an unprecedented height. After getting the potion books from Chinrui, Slee did not let go of this opportunity that might change his fate. After studying hard, he actually made rapid progress. He was recognized by Aldous and became an official potion apprentice. He was determined to obtain the Potion Master's title within 10 years. Garadam's undead army was an important combat power of the fallen angel empire. For the termination of the contract, the corpse necromancer's first reaction was that Chinrui was dead because he signed a master-slave contract. The contract would only disappear when the master terminated the contract or died. However, when Chinrui appeared in front of Garadam again, the corpse necromancer was taken aback. Garadam already had the dragon power essence needed for advancement, but the siren's heart was a troublesome thing. The siren's heart referred to the life crystal on the forehead of the siren. After losing it, one's vitality would be greatly damaged. The most troublesome thing was that the siren's temperament was very unyielding. Unless they were willing, they couldn't get the siren's heart. The little mermaid princess hated Chinrui deeply. From time to time, he would release a venomous tongue attack, asking her to offer the siren's heart. It was better to go to the Dead Sea to trick a siren's sister back. Although there was no siren's heart, the gift that Chinrui gave to Garadam still made the corpse necromancer quite happy. 2 broken scythes. This was the phylactery that Lich King Glorios once used to store the soul essence. Later, it was cut off by Chinrui with the sword of Fallen Angel. The scythe was an extremely rare soul container, and the residual soul breath could give Garadam a lot of inspiration and help. As one of the 4 lords, Sikali was much smarter. Jia had gradually achieved absolute rule over the Fallen Angel Empire now. With his fence-sitter performance in the Obsidian Era, if he didn't hold on tightly, he would most likely be slowly overthrown and eventually uprooted. Therefore, after Jiao's marriage, Sikali took the initiative to find Aguile, and offered the contract again to show his submission. Due to many years of operation and means, Sikali's prestige in the White Feather Estate was very high. As one of the 4 major estates, Chinrui did not want any changes in the most important 2 years of development in the future, so he accepted Sikali's loyalty. As for Samuel, Chinrui was not worried that this loyal Golden Knight would leak the secret, but the Blood Oath of Light was similar to the master-slave contract. It was likely that Samuel, who sensed the disappearance of the Blood Oath, would think that a certain third Prince Royal Highness had encountered an accident. If necessary, Chinrui would clarify this misunderstanding with Samuel face to face because the place he was going to next was the human world. Chapter 785. After the light blue light flashed, a figure appeared in a remote corner of the Starlight Kingdom's Gold Star City. This was a human with an extremely ordinary appearance and clothes. He had an ordinary face with a very low sense of presence in the crowd. No one would have thought that this person actually came from the legendary, ferocious, demon realm. The travel fee for this trip to the human world was not expensive. It was 1 million faith crystals without any discount. He still had to pay 1 million back. However, unlike the time when he accidentally came to the human world by triggering the space seed, he came prepared this time. 2 million faith crystals had already been prepared. In the beginning, he took Shura to steal faith everywhere, raced against time, and even went deep into the Church of Light's lair. Finally, he barely managed to gather 1 million and returned to the demon realm to rescue his aunt. Since the magic game quickly became popular throughout the demon realm, the faith crystals in the super system had skyrocketed at a rate far beyond expectations. It was terrifying. According to this growth rate, the sky-high ticket prices to the human realm and the demon realm would fall to the level of cabbages in a few years. Chenrui came to the human world for three main purposes this time. The first was naturally the source fragment. According to the agreement with Light Elemental King Delcus last time, he would exchange the source fragment of light for the source power of light and the source power of wind. As long as he got these two source powers, Rala's 6 elements source powers would be complete. Coupled with the country-level dragon power essence given by Aguilas, the success rate of Rala's 6 elemental kingdom would be greatly improved, and the danger would be minimized. The second purpose was about Shura and the Black Death Apostles. In the beginning, Chenrui left Shura in the human world. In addition to stealing faith power, he also had the purpose of eliminating the scum of the Church of Light. However, Shura accidentally joined the mysterious church and became the chief executive of the Black Death Apostles. This mysterious church turned out to be a cult that worshipped the abyssal creatures as gods. The abyssal creatures were the culprits that destroyed the ancient alchemy civilization and many civilizations. In addition to the trial's illusion, Chenrui had personally experienced the power of the abyssal creatures. From Satan's words, he could judge that the abyssal creatures should be sealed somewhere. Over the years, they had been trying to return to this world all the time. Once the abyssal creatures really succeeded, it would be a terrifying catastrophe for both the demon world and the human world. 20,000 years ago, a mysterious cult had massacred 10 cities and sacrificed them to the gods. Such a brazen act must have been some kind of ritual to summon the abyss. Fortunately, it failed for some unknown reason and was besieged by the Church of Light. It was a pity that the evil cult had not been completely eradicated, and had instead moved into the shadows. The Black Death Apostles must still be planning a new subversive plot. Just the continuous supply of faith to the abyss was a big problem. Therefore, Shura must return to the mysterious cult and try to destroy this terrifying organization that had the danger of destroying the entire world. Although the mysterious church did not appear on the surface, its strength and scale were not trivial. Shura's personal strength was limited. Moreover, he was only in contact with the peripheral forces now, so it was not appropriate to act rashly for the time being. He must enter the course step by step. By then, he only needed to make the secrets of the cult public, and the Church of Light would naturally try its best to eliminate this old enemy. The third purpose was about the improvement of alchemy. At this time, there were only more than 4 months left before next year's alchemy contest. In the alchemy contest, he would face the strongest enemy of his teacher, Tetanus, the potion and mechanic dual Grand Master, Saman. The potion aspect was fine as he could use the potions in the super system to deal with it, but his mechanics could only be used for real. Since returning from the human world last time, despite the time rule of the training ground, Chenrui had never been able to break through the layer of window paper between Grand Master and Grand Master. He felt that Grand Master was still a little lacking. When he went to the human world this time, he also wanted to visit the 2 mechanic Grand Masters in the Emerald Forest Sea on the way to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. From the Blue Star City in the south of the Starlight Kingdom, he could reach the north of the Emerald Forest Sea through the Ice Sea. However, Chenrui had plenty of time this time, so he did not set off immediately. Instead, he came to the largest magic store in Golden Star City, Golden Key. "It turns out to be Sir. Welcome to patronize again. What do you need this time? I promise that Sir will get the most favorable offer." Chenrui had purchased a large number of magic scrolls here last time, so the chubby shop owner, Sis Man, was quite impressed by his current face. He personally welcomed Chenrui to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. He seemed very enthusiastic. "I need 3 things: magic paper, blue light grass, and white scorpion vine seeds. The more the better." The alchemy branch of scroll study had developed to a considerable height in the human world. Magic scrolls were also quite popular. Even ordinary people could use scrolls to cast magic. However, due to various reasons, scroll study had declined in the demon realm for many years. Magic scrolls were of little value in the demon realm. They were rare and expensive, but their practical value was not high. They were rarely used in battles. When Chenrui returned to the demon realm from the human world, he received the 2 books. Scroll Study Basics. and Scroll Mastery, from the Elven Mechanic Grand Master, Fanoa. The information recorded in these 2 books was very complete, and there were Fanoa's own experiences and annotations. They were extremely precious. Chinrui copied these 2 books and gave them to his teacher, Tetanus, and the president of the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association, Fonsac. He also set up a scroll study research department to organize specialized personnel to study scrolls. This was also one of Chinrui's strategic weapons. Due to the complete theoretical support and ready-made scrolls, the research had made gratifying progress. However, to rely on the scrolls produced locally in the demon realm, there was a problem that could not be solved at present, and that was the materials. The material for making the initial base of the scroll was called magic paper. This kind of paper had a very good magic storage attribute. The main materials were blue light grass and scorpion vine. These 2 plants belonged to the light element. They were not rare in the human world, but they were almost extinct in the demon realm with rich dark elements. He couldn't find a substitute for them for a while. Therefore, Chinrui wanted to purchase a large number of magic paper and 2 kinds of plants and seeds this time. He could find substitutes through experiments or use magic soil to cultivate them in batches. Although the galaxy garden could be planted, the number was limited after all. We still have about 300 pieces of magic paper in stock, but due to special reasons, the price is relatively high. There are also some scorpion vine and seeds, but blue light grass is currently out of stock. Sis-Man smiled apologetically. Not just the golden key, even in the whole human world, it's now in high demand. This is because not long ago, the Church of Light. You should know that during that period of time, the Church of Light had almost sealed off the nearby kingdoms. In the end, they all withdrew. Chinrui was stunned. This was the big move the church had made to encircle him, and it was later cancelled because of Isiro's death. But what did this have to do with the blue light grass? I know about that incident. After I bought the magic scroll from you, I started to train in seclusion. I only completed it recently. What happened after that? I see. Sis-Man looked enlightened. You may not know this, but since then, the church has started to buy blue light grass and seeds on a large scale. I don't know the specific reason, but now the price of blue light grass and magic paper has increased by several times. The entire magic scroll market has also been greatly affected. Although many magic botanical gardens have increased their planting area and scale, it will take at least a year for them to mature and be used. Before that, the price of magic scrolls will not drop. Is that so? Chinrui vaguely guessed that the church's large purchase of blue light grass had something to do with the disappearance of the snow tree. It was very likely that they needed a replacement, or remedy. But if that was the case, his magic scroll plan would most likely be put on hold. Chinrui thought for a moment and said, My family has been in business for many years. Just because there is a shortage in the market doesn't mean there isn't any. Otherwise, magic scrolls would have been out of stock long ago. I know you must have stockpiled them and are waiting for the right price. How about this? I'll trade with the dark soul grass. The dark soul grass was a very rare magic plant. It had a relatively pure dark energy and was a necessary ingredient for crafting weapons and high-level potions. Of course, this rare only applied to the surface world. In the demon realm, the dark soul grass was even more common than the blue light grass or the scorpion lock vine. When Chinrui had been experimenting with potions, there were many related materials in his storage, and the dark soul grass was one of them. In fact, there were many similar items with different prices. If it was just for money, he could become a plain merchant. But that was clearly not his goal. Dark soul grass? Sis-Man's eyes lit up. He saw a dark purple plant in Chinrui's hand. Sis-Man took it and looked at it carefully. It really is the dark soul grass, and the quality is quite high. How about this? 1 dark soul grass for 20 blue light grass, and I'll add another 30 seeds. I know you are at a disadvantage at this price. In the past, such an exchange would definitely not be possible, but now is a special time. If you are in urgent need, this price is very fair. If you are not in urgent need, you can come back next year when the price drops. I will give you a discount at the current price. Sisman's words were very beautiful, but if the other party was not in urgent need, why would he trade the dark soul grass? Chunrui naturally understood this, but he didn't point it out. In fact, the dark soul grass was much cheaper than the blue light grass for him. He immediately nodded. Okay, then I'll exchange for 1,000 stalks first. 1,000. Sisman was shocked. He had thought that the other party would only have a few dozen. He did not expect the amount to be so huge. This would require 20,000 blue light grass and 30,000 seeds. With the current market, not to mention that his shop did not have that many in stock, even all the magic shops in Venus City did not have more than 10,000. If you don't have it, I'll go somewhere else. Please wait a moment. Sisman's mind turned quickly. This was a huge deal that was guaranteed to be profitable. He could earn at least 5 times the price. He could not just watch it fly away. Even if he could not take this deal, it did not mean that others could not. Let's do it this way. Sisman finally made a decision. I'll introduce you to someone. He needs dark soul grass, and he should have enough blue glow grass on hand. However, I have a condition. You must first exchange 200 dark soul grass with the golden key. I will hand over 4,000 blue glow grass and 6,000 seeds. What do you think, sir? No problem. We can trade now, including the magic rune paper and scorpion lock vines. What I want to know is, who is the buyer? Don't worry, I will complete the trade with you first. Chunrui waved his hand, and 200 dark soul grass appeared on the table. Of course I trust you, sir. Sisman's eyes narrowed as he smiled, and he immediately arranged for the shop assistant to do an inventory. Don't worry, Your Excellency. That person is the disciple of Master Matthews from Starlight Academy's Alchemy Department, Pharmacist Fitz. He is a very enthusiastic and easygoing young man, so there won't be any problems in communicating. Communication will not be a problem. He has been buying dark soul grass for the past few days. He should still be in the city. Starlight Academy's Alchemy Department should have a large amount of blue light grass in stock. I will send someone to look for Fitz now. Not long after, Fitz appeared in the VIP lounge. He was a young man with short black hair. He was panting. It was obvious that he had rushed over in a hurry. The moment he saw Lindley, he asked, Sir, do you really have a large amount of dark soul grass? Are you Sir Fitz? My name is Simon. How much dark soul grass do you need? How much do you have? I want it all. How about 1,000? Chunrui asked tentatively. Do you really have 1,000? Fitz said happily after getting a positive answer. Great! I will give you the highest price. Chunrui shook his head. I'm sorry, I only accept trade. I need blue light grass and its seeds. Blue light grass? Fitz thought for a moment. All right. 100 stalks and 100 seeds for 1 stalk. What do you think? Of course, this price is very fair. Chunrui looked at Sisman. The fat shop owner laughed awkwardly and pretended not to hear him. Oh right, do you still have dried datura leaves? I only need 20 grams. Datura flowers? Chunrui suddenly thought of a courtyard with the fragrance of tea. He felt warm in his heart and smiled. If it's to make a white potion, then fresh datura leaves should be able to achieve better results. Fitz looked at the dark green leaf that appeared in Lindley's hand, and his eyes widened. This is really a datura leaf. That's great. The task that teacher gave me can be completed. Sir Simon, as the exchange amount is relatively large, if it's convenient for you, please follow me to the academy. Chunrui thought for a moment and agreed. Starlight Academy was located in the outskirts of Venus City. It was the most famous institution of higher learning in the human world. It had a long history and nurtured countless elite talents. Many nobles from empires or kingdoms would send their children to study in the academy from afar. Its reputation and quality of education were evident. The two of them set off in a carriage. About 4 hours later, the carriage came to a stop. Sir Simon, as the Academy's Star Pagoda is about to open soon, the checks on entering the Academy will be very strict. Please don't mind. Star Pagoda? Chenrui's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that back in the Jadeite forest, the princess had mentioned this term when she was trying to win him over. It was said that it was an excellent place for cultivation, even for sainter experts. He did not know if he would have the chance to see the Star Pagoda this time. He also did not know if he would meet those acquaintances from that day. Sir Simon? The enthusiastic pharmacist reminded, interrupting Chenrui's thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. Let's alight. Chapter 786. Chenrui's first impression of the Starlight Academy was that it was majestic. Just a simple and unadorned gate alone was tens of meters wide. A person standing in it seemed extremely small. Even a giant dragon could pass through it easily. There was a layer of translucent material in the middle of the gate. It was impossible to see what was behind it clearly. It should be some kind of visual interference magic to prevent people from spying on them. There were several large magic statues arranged neatly on the gate. They were very eye-catching, and their bodies were engraved with strange patterns. According to Fitz, these statues were Mageweth guards. They were very powerful, and anyone who dared to trespass into the academy would be attacked by them. Other than the guards, there was also a group of people dressed as guards. Among them was a skinny man who actually looked familiar to Chenrui. Now that he thought about it, back in the elves' post house in the immortal city of Silver Moon, this stupid man had targeted Chenrui to show off in front of Rambus and a few other female students. In the end, Chenrui had made a name for himself in the purple forest of Grandmaster Fenoya. Then, he had easily defeated the saint or teacher of the academy by breaking the magic formation. Finally, he had killed the super powerhouse Icyril in front of all the students, which was equivalent to slapping the faces of these arrogant people. Isn't this our useless pharmacist, Fitz? The stupid man still had that annoying tone. Fitz did not look at the stupid man. He said to the leading guard, Captain Raymond, this is my friend, Simon. I want to bring him to meet the teacher to discuss matters related to potions. Please help me register and apply for a temporary pass. Raymond looked at Chenrui. Before he could say anything, the stupid man jumped out again. Captain, these are special times. The law enforcement team has a great responsibility. We must not let anyone of unknown origin enter. Captain Ramo, this is related to the important experiment of my teacher, Master Matthews, and I can guarantee that this Sir Simon is definitely not an unknown person. The stupid man immediately shouted. What right do you have to guarantee that? You can tell that there's something wrong with this person. He might be plotting something. If this affects the Star Pagoda's selection competition, not to mention you, even Master Matthew won't be able to bear the responsibility. Chenrui could tell that there was definitely a feud between the dumbass and Fitz. He was just making use of this opportunity to make a fuss. Kneel! Fitz couldn't take it any more and shouted. The law enforcement squad is an important force to maintain order and discipline in the academy. It's not something you can rely on to avenge your personal grudges. What you're doing will only make Rowling despise you even more. The dumbass Neil sneered. I'm just doing my job. If you're not satisfied, you can complain to your teacher and let him complain to the school administration. If you insist on bringing this person in, then I will execute the law enforcement team's authority and lock you up. As soon as he said that, not only did Fitz look angry, but even Reimer frowned. Although Neil's Aunt Bilia was the deputy head of the school administration, Neil was just a member of the law enforcement team, and Reimer was the captain. You're called Neil? Chenrui interrupted this boring dispute and took out something. No matter what prominent background you have, anyone who deliberately blasphemes the light will be severely punished. As a Knight of Light, I will temporarily hold you accountable for maliciously attacking the members of the church. I just want to ask, can I, a Knight of Light of unknown origin and conspiring, go in with my friend Fitz? The eyes of the law enforcement team fell on the badge that was emitting a white light in Chenrui's hand. This was indeed the badge that represented the Knight of Light. Only a Knight of Light candidate who had passed the official assessment was qualified to have it. Except for the Knight himself, ordinary people could not trigger the white light that proved their identity. Neil's face suddenly became quite ugly. The Knight of Light itself was nothing, but the Church of Light that it represented was a behemoth that all empires and kingdoms had to look up to. The Church of Light had been very active recently. They often sent out the adjudicators to arrest heretics and execute them by burning at the stake. It was quite unwise to provoke the Church of Light at this time, even if his father was the governor of Starlight Kingdom's Jade Star City. "I'm sorry, Sir Simon." Raymond glared at Neil and nodded to Chinrui. A fluorescent light appeared in his hand, and he quickly registered on a metal plate. "It was just a misunderstanding. This is your temporary pass. Please accept it, and hand it to the guard at the door when you come out later." "Thank you very much." Chinrui smiled slightly and took the pass. The Knight of Light badge was obtained by Eliza when he was in the Holy Mountain of Light. It could be said to be genuine. In fact, he still had a Holy Light Guardian Knight badge that was personally given by Saint Eudora. If he took it out, it would scare that idiot. Unfortunately, that thing could not be easily shown off, because there might be thousands of Knights of Light named Simon, but there was only one Holy Light Guardian Knight named Simon, the guy who caused havoc in the Holy Mountain, destroyed the Holy Tree, and was listed as the #1 wanted criminal within the church. Fitz looked at Chinrui in surprise and walked forward. In a flash of light, he had already disappeared. Chinrui hesitated for a moment, but he also followed. When he passed through the translucent door, the metal plate emitted a strange light. He only felt that his body was wrapped in a cool feeling, and he had already passed through the door without any hindrance. After passing through the door, Chinrui felt that his vision was bright, and he seemed to be suddenly enlightened. Spacious avenues, green trees, tall buildings, exquisite statues, men and women shuttling back and forth. This familiar scene and atmosphere made Chinrui have the illusion of returning to his university days. Fitz sighed. "Sir Simon, I didn't expect you to be from the church. You seem to have some misunderstanding about the church?" "It's not me, it's my teacher, Master Matthews." Fitz smiled bitterly. Teacher's sister's family died mysteriously back then, and it was said that the cause of death was related to the church. Teacher had once made some kind of oath with his surname. "If it's possible later, please don't." Chinrui had a good impression of this young man. He smiled slightly. "No problem, I'm just an ordinary merchant now." "Thank you, sir." Fitz bowed again. After the two of them walked for a while, a clear female voice sounded. "Fitz!" The person who greeted Fitz was a delicate-looking girl, and there were two other girls beside her. One of them was a beautiful girl with red hair who was also Chinrui's acquaintance. Her name was Ariel, and she was very close to Princess Rambus. "Rolling, I'm back." Fitz smiled and waved at the girl. From the way Fitz addressed her, it could be seen that this Rolling was the reason why the idiot Neil was hostile to Fitz. "Have you completed the task that Master Matthews gave you?" Fitz nodded. "Thanks to the help of this sir. Sir Simon, this is my classmate, Rolling. This is Ariel and Celine." Ariel's gaze swept past Chinrui. She frowned slightly, then she relaxed again. Obviously, she didn't care. Chinrui knew that this Ariel had a strange spirit talent. She liked to sense the strength of others. When he was in the immortal capital of Silvermoon, it was Ariel who sensed his strength, which caused the other boys to want to pick a fight. Now, not only did Chinrui have the breath-holding and camouflage skills of the super system, but he also understood a part of the mystery of the evil pupil given by Charlie. He could completely hide his strength and breath, including the body of glorious light. Even Satan might not be able to see through it, let alone Ariel. "It's my honor to meet three beautiful ladies." Chinrui looked at Rolling for a while and smiled. "Sir Fitz, is this Ms. Rolling your lover?" As soon as this sentence was said, Rolling's face immediately turned red. Fitz quickly explained. "Sir Simon misunderstood. Actually, we—" Just as Fitz explained a few words, Rowling suddenly found an excuse and left with her 2 female companions. Before leaving, Ariel said to Fitz, "What a hopeless idiot." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Rowling had a good impression of Fitz, but Fitz was like a block of wood. If this kind of character was in Shinrui's previous life, he would definitely be labeled as someone who deserved to be beaten for life. Fitz watched the 3 women leave and sighed softly. "I'm sorry, Sir Simon. Let's go." "It seems that you're not completely an idiot," Shinrui said indifferently. "Why is it? Family background? Identity? Something like that." Fitz smiled bitterly. "Rowling is the daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs, while Neil is the son of the Blue Star City Lord. He's also a member of the school's elite society, the Elite Society. Unless I can become a master pharmacist, otherwise there's no—" "All right, let's not talk about this. The pharmacy department is in front. Please remember the previous agreement, sir." Master Matthews looked like he was in his 60s. He had deep eye bags and was not in a good state of mind. He looked like a typical pharmacist who was immersed in experiments. However, when it came to things related to potions, the dispirited master immediately showed surprising vigor. "This dark aura. It's indeed the best dark soul grass. And this fresh datura leaf, it's hard to imagine that it has such pure power. Fitz, you did well this time. Teacher, according to Sir Simon's request, blue glow grass and seeds, right?" "No problem." Master Matthews suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute. The day before yesterday, Bilia from the school's administrative department transferred a considerable amount of blue glow grass and seeds. If we exchange, the quantity might not be enough." "It's all right, Master Matthews. Sir Fitz and I are quite congenial. If the quantity is really small, it's not unacceptable." The exchange rate at the academy was much higher than at the magic shop. Moreover, Shinrui had already obtained a considerable amount of blue glow grass, so he was not demanding. "That's great. Sir Simon, you're really a kind businessman." Master Matthews had a good impression of Shinrui. "How about this? What other materials do you need for exchange? Feel free to mention it. I'll do my best to satisfy you." Shinrui was just about to reply when an apprentice came to report. "Lady Bilia from the school's administrative department is here." "Just in time," Master Matthews said happily. "There's hope for the blue glow grass now." Bilia was a tall blonde woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and exuded an inviolable and arrogant aura. For some reason, Shinrui felt that there was a sense of familiarity between this woman's brows, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Bilia's first sentence was a sharp stab. "Master Matthews, I heard from the law enforcement team that you have a guest from the Church of Light?" Master Matthews' expression changed immediately. Fitz, who was at the side, saw that he had finally been exposed and lowered his head guiltily. Shinrui shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "This? Miss Bilia, is there a problem?" "As a Knight of Light, I've never heard of a rule that prohibits members of the Church from entering the Starlight Academy. In fact, the Church has always maintained a good relationship with the major academies. If you're from the Church, then take your materials and leave." The one who spoke was Master Matthews. His tone was firm and blunt. "I will never make any transactions with the Church." "I see, Master. I understand now." Bilia revealed a cold smile. This failed transaction should be considered as an act of Fitz using the Academy's resources to make a private transaction with an outsider. According to the Academy's regulations, this kind of behavior will result in expulsion from the Academy at the very least. Fitz's face instantly turned pale. He never thought that completing a simple task of purchasing materials from his teacher would result in such a terrifying outcome. Master Matthews was shocked. If he approved of this transaction, it would be tantamount to going against his oath. If he didn't, then Fitz would be expelled from the Academy. He was not a fool. He finally understood Bilia's true motive for coming here. Bilia's nephew, Neil, admired the youngest daughter of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Rowling. If he could marry her, it would further strengthen the family's position in the kingdom. However, Rowling liked Fitz and hated Neil. Bilia wanted to make use of this opportunity to kill Fitz and completely cut off Rowling's hopes. Was it to go against the vicious oath made with his surname? Or to abandon his disciple, Fitz? Master Matthews clenched his fists, and his breathing became heavy. At this moment, Chenrui, who had been observing Bilia, spoke. Speaking of private gains, I have an even more important clue to provide. However, I would like to discuss this with Miss Bilia alone. Is that all right? An even more important clue? Bilia's eyes lit up and she nodded. Sure, let's go to the office of the Academy administration to discuss. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Master Matthews punched the door fiercely. Damned woman! Damned church! Bilia's office was spacious and bright. When they walked into the office, Chenrui closed the door. This action made Bilia frown slightly. Sir Simon, what exactly are you trying to say? Your beauty is truly captivating, Miss Bilia. What an unexpected reunion. Chenrui revealed a strange smile. No, perhaps I should call you Miss Solange or... Great Deacon? Although there are some changes in your hair and appearance, you can't hide it from my eyes. Bilia had originally thought that this Knight of Light had been blinded by his beauty and was laughing coldly to herself. However, when she heard the second half of the sentence, her expression changed drastically. Her reaction was very fast, and a strong red light appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to attack, she suddenly felt the entire room darken. A terrifying destructive aura enveloped her, rendering her unable to move. At the same time, the red light in her hand seemed to be swallowed by something and disappeared in an instant. You! Who exactly are you? You've forgotten the person sleeping beside you so quickly? My little cutie, what a sad ending. Chenrui's face began to change rapidly, changing into another face. His eyes flickered with a faint red light. Bilia was shocked and blurted out, It's you! Chapter 787. Of course it's me. Chenrui was now using the face of Richard, or more accurately, Shura. This Bilia was the bed partner that Chenrui saw in Shura's memory, the Black Death Apostle's great deacon, Solange. Bilia's facial outline was not very similar to Solange's. The color of her hair and pupils were also different, and her arrogant temperament could not be seen as seductive and wanton as Solange. However, Chenrui's intuition told him that she was Solange. Especially after revealing her identity, this woman's first reaction made Chenrui even more certain. Who would have thought that the sister of the Starlight Kingdom's Jade Star City's Castellan, the Starlight Academy's Vice Minister of the Academy's Affairs Department, was actually a Black Death Apostle? Furthermore, she was the Black Death Apostle's great deacon. This matter was likely to involve the mysterious church that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Just how far did they stretch their hands? Bilia looked around vigilantly. Chenrui smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, I've already sealed off this area with my domain. Coupled with the soundproof magic array in your office, no one outside will be able to hear our conversation. Even if we do something lovey-dovey here, no one will know. The last sentence was purposely said by imitating Shura's tone. At this time and place, Bilia would definitely not act recklessly. Once she was discovered, even if she did not expose her identity as a Black Death Apostle, she would still be in danger of losing her reputation. Humph! I haven't seen you for a while, and your upper and lower body have been inverted? Bilia calmed down a little and said unhappily, You've been missing for so long, and I couldn't contact you at all. I thought you were already. I didn't expect you to be a radiant knight. The most dangerous place is often the safest place, not to mention this identity is just a disguise. Chenrui smiled disdainfully and said, Aren't you also an upper-class member of the Starlight Academy? As for my disappearance, just as you expected, Anjali really wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of me. She sent me out to complete a dangerous mission and sent people to assassinate me. I beat her at her own game and hid myself, waiting for the right time to attack that woman. This was not a lie. Shura's speed of promotion was too fast, causing the Bishop of the Black Death Apostles, Anjali, to feel a deep sense of fear. The mission this time was indeed abnormally dangerous, and they even sent out an assassin to kill Shura. However, Shura had been summoned back to his original body by Chunrui because of the battle with Terrace. After that, he had naturally disappeared. It's good that you're fine. I've been worried sick. I believe you'll give Angeli a big surprise when the time comes. Bilia smiled. In fact, both of them had a tacit understanding. Bilia also wanted to use Shura to get rid of Angeli. She had even planned to get rid of Shura as well. As for the carnal relationship between the two of them, actually it was Shura, it was only used and indulged. It was not enough to become some kind of restraint or bargaining chip. Your worries are unnecessary, Chunrui said with a double meaning. Now that I'm in the dark, as long as the time is right, I can give Angeli a fatal blow. Are you confident in replacing her as bishop? Me? Bishop? Bilia looked very surprised, but she was quickly trying to figure out the true meaning of these words. Chunrui shook his head. I'm not interested in leading a group of people and indoctrinating them. What I pursue is absolute power, and I'm more suitable to take the path of a guardian. Compared to the duty of educating, a guardian was equivalent to a pure killing machine. The focus was on the development and cultivation of martial strength. Bilia's mind spun quickly, and she revealed a pondering expression. Richard's identity was only a Knight of Light, and it was very likely to be fake. However, her identity as a deputy minister was no small matter. If it were to be exposed, there would be endless trouble. The best solution should be to silence her. However, in terms of combat strength, she was far inferior to the other party. Moreover, the other party was also a scheming person, and would not be easily deceived or tricked. Chunrui saw through Bilia's concerns. I admire your wisdom and means, and I also know that you have a considerable background. Whether it's here or there, with my potential and strength, we can work together and walk further and further on this path, instead of stabbing each other in the back midway. The premise is that you really want to cooperate with me. Bilia looked into Chunrui's eyes and finally revealed a charming smile. It formed a strong contrast with her usual arrogant temperament, and she did not hide the temptation in her eyes at all. I very much agree with what you said. Perhaps an equal contract can be the beginning of our true intimacy? Of course, true intimacy, no matter what aspect. Chunrui also smiled. This was exactly the proposal he wanted to say. The conversation in the office ended. Chunrui did not go to the pharmacy department again, but left the academy directly. Matthew and his disciple had been waiting for the worst result to appear, but what they were worried about did not happen. Instead, Bilia sent someone to bring a message. This matter is just a misunderstanding. She could obviously use this opportunity to push Fitz into a desperate situation, but she did not do anything. This was definitely not Bilia's style. There was only one answer. That Knight of Light not only did not betray Fitz, but instead displayed unimaginable power to make Bilia give up on her attempt on Fitz. As for a certain Knight of Light, he was now sitting in a carriage returning to Venus City, and he was in a good mood. This trip to Starlight Academy was originally for the Blue Glow Grass, but he unexpectedly met Shura's Black Death Apostle lover. Chunrui would definitely not expose Bilia's identity now, not because of the contract that could be cancelled through spiritual link at any time, but because he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish, and further delve deeper into the mysterious church. In fact, the harvest from this trip to Starlight Academy was far more than this. Using his relationship with Bilia, he had obtained a large amount of blue glow grass and seeds that far exceeded his expectations, as well as magic rune papers and scorpion lock vines. This trip's material mission had already been exceeded. Not only that, there was another surprise, and that was the quota to enter the Tower of Stars. The Tower of Stars was the greatest mystery of Starlight Academy, and it was well known in the human world. It was said that even for Saint-Tier powerhouses, this was an excellent way to train. The Tower of Stars opened once every 10 years, and it was currently the 10th year of its opening. As the quota was limited, the Academy was already holding a corresponding competition to compete for the qualifications to enter the Tower of Stars. In addition, every teacher who had reached a certain level or made a special contribution would have an additional recommendation quota. This recommendation quota could be from outside the academy, and it was mainly for teachers that the academy wanted to recruit. Bilia naturally had an additional recommendation quota. She originally wanted to give it to her nephew, Neil, but Neil could only be regarded as mud that could not be helped by the wall regardless of temperament or strength. He only relied on his relationship with Bilia to become an elite student and join the law enforcement team. It was nothing more than to fight with his brother for his father's position as the castellan in the future, and to gain political capital. Bilia's ambition was not just to become the bishop of the mysterious church. After signing an equal contract with Chen Rui, it was equivalent to placing her bet on this Richard with great potential, establishing a relationship of mutual benefit. The stronger Richard was, the higher her chances of winning, so she did not hesitate to give the recommendation quota to Chen Rui. The official opening time of the Tower of Stars was more than 2 months later. Due to the Demon Realm Alchemist competition, Chen Rui could only stay in the human world for a maximum of 4 months this time. Therefore, he could not spend these 2 months waiting in Venus City. There were 2 choices in front of him. First, go to the Jadeite Forest Sea to seek advice from the 2 Grandmasters. Second, go to the Island of Storms to obtain the source of light and the source of wind. After much consideration, Chen Rui decided to go to the Island of Storms first. The Island of Storms was located in the southern sea of Garten City of the Yangshao Kingdom. It was very far from the Starlight Kingdom, but Venus City was a teleportation city. It had a teleportation point to the Roya Kingdom's Mirror City, and Mirror City was the largest teleportation transit station in the human world. With teleportation points to various places, it could greatly reduce the time of long-distance travel. Tomorrow was the time when the teleportation points of Venus City and Mirror City would open at the same time. Including the sea voyage, it would probably take half a month to reach the Island of Storms. Anyway, the star point was set in Venus City, so it would only take a blink of an eye to get back. After returning to Venus City from the Island of Storms, he could go to the Jadeite Forest Sea via the sea route of Cerulean Star City and learn for a period of time under the guidance of the 2 Grandmasters. He only needed to rush back 1 day before the opening of the Tower of Stars. The Island of Storms was one of the famous dangerous places in the human world. Just the violent hurricanes that surrounded the sea all year round had taken the lives of countless sailors. The island was even more dangerous. However, in the minds of many adventurers, risk and wealth often coexisted. Moreover, the Island of Storms had many unique resources. The mercenary guild often had related missions with high pay. Of course, there was no lack of adventurers who came to try their luck and search for treasures. On the sea, at the edge of a hurricane, a white sailboat was swaying left and right, struggling desperately. The burly bearded captain roared, "Just one last step! As long as we pass through this last area, we can leave this damn place! Captain, the secondary mast is broken! Captain, the water seepage in the rear has exceeded the warning level! Full rudder left! Steady! Meng Xiang, bring a few people to reinforce the port side!" The bearded captain's voice was a little hoarse. "Think about the wine and women in Garden City. Think about the black crystal coins in your pockets after completing the mission. As long as we leave this place, I'll go all out and invite you bastards to Rosa's bar for 10 days. Normally, these words would have caused the crew to cheer, but now there was no response. Seeing death approaching, everyone's heart was like a taut bowstring that could snap at any time. The bearded captain's hoarse voice was gradually drowned out by the terrifying whistling. Many people had already begun to break down, and some were even praying. The approaching black hurricane was like a ferocious giant beast. Just as it was about to suck the ship into its mouth, the beast suddenly stopped moving and quickly retreated. Along the way, it seemed to be torn apart by something and scattered to the left and right. Only when the 2 separated hurricanes were far away did the survivors wake up as if they had woken up from a dream, and they all started to cheer. "The God of Light! It must be a miracle of the God of Light!" A sailor who believed in the God of Light shouted, his eyes glowing. The bearded captain slapped the head of this fanatical believer and pointed in a direction. "Your god of light is over there." That person looked and saw a majestic black sailboat in the distance, breaking through the waves at an unbelievable speed. It was actually sailing in a straight line, completely ignoring the existence of the hurricane. A figure floated in the air in front of the sailboat. This figure casually punched, and the hurricane in the distance was torn apart. Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded. As veterans of the sea region, this was the first time they had seen someone use such a violent method to charge into the stormy sea region. No matter what, the strong were worthy of respect, not to mention the benefactor who had saved their lives. Under the leadership of the bearded captain, the sailors were filled with reverence as they saluted the black sailboat that was gradually disappearing from their sight. "That's right, Captain, you just said. Rose's bar for 10 days? That's right, I heard it too. Meng Xiang, you bastard. When I told you to reinforce the port side, where did your ears go? Rose's bar! Rose's bar!" The bearded man's roar was once again drowned out, but this time it was a wave of cheers. Qinrui didn't pay attention to the sailboat behind him. The rescue just now was just a matter of convenience. Although it only took 10 days to get here, his time was very limited in general. He must rush to the Storm Island as soon as possible. It wasn't the first time the Devil's Snare ship entered the stormy sea region. Based on the nautical map, the Sandmen skillfully maneuvered the ship to bypass some possible dangerous areas and advance toward the Storm Island at the fastest speed. In order to save Samuel, Qinrui once boarded the Storm Island and fought fiercely with a mysterious creature on the island. This mysterious creature was the Titan. Analytical eyes showed that the Titan with powerful combat power was actually an alchemy life form. This kind of alchemy life form was probably a product left behind by the ancient alchemy civilization. In the City of Stars controlled by Qinrui, there were alchemy life forms such as giant crystal beasts and lamp spirits. However, when Qinrui released the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization, the Titan showed unexpected anger and launched a more violent attack on Qinrui. It could be seen that the Titans must be related to the ancient alchemy civilization. As for why there was such a strong hostility, it was still unknown. In addition to the Titans, Qinrui also encountered another powerful existence on the island last time, the Wind Elementals. Not only the Elementals, but also the Wind Elemental King with the origin fragment of the wind. The speed of the Wind Elemental King was extremely amazing. It was even above Sonic Boom. Coupled with the power of the origin fragment and the elemental law, although it was limited to the demon overlord level, its combat power was definitely on the same level as the S++ level of Rala and Dodo. Last time, Qinrui used the concealment to escape the pursuit of the Wind Elemental King. There was no doubt that in this exchange, he would face the mortal enemy of the Earth Elemental King head-on. Perhaps the mystery of the Titans could also be answered. Chapter 788. The Devil's Snare ship passed through the stormy sea in the shortest time and arrived at the Storm Island. There were no tornadoes around the Storm Island like in the stormy sea. It was just shrouded in heavy mist, which made it look illusory. Qinrui put away the Devil's Snare ship and the Sandmen and set foot on the island. The area of the Storm Island was very large, and the magic map was completely ineffective here. Due to the last rescue of Samuel, he only hurriedly circled around the periphery and did not go deep, so he could only rely on his memory to explore step by step. As he was advancing, Qinrui suddenly raised his head and saw two black shadows in the sky. They were two giant golden eagles. With Qinrui's eyesight, he had already seen the undisguised hostility in their sharp eyes. Thunderbird. Thunderbird was one of the strongest birds in the human world. Its fierceness was even above the griffins. It had a powerful lightning talent, and its combat power was second only to the WYRMS. Qinrui once obtained a little thunderbird in Garten City, and confirmed his identity as a beast tamer. He then followed the idiot Paul into the holy mountain of light. Since the Stargate could not be carried, Qinrui released the little thunderbird before the final snow dowlet operation. The Thunderbird had an unruly temperament. At first, the little Thunderbird only submitted because it was young and immature, coupled with Chenrei's coercion and temptation based on absolute strength. If it were an adult Thunderbird, it would be difficult to submit even if it was threatened with death. Amidst the clear chirping, the two Thunderbirds swooped toward Chenrei one after another. Since there were humans who were not afraid of death coming to steal the Thunderbird's eggs or fledglings from time to time, this raptor, which was originally a predator, was extremely hostile to humans. After discovering the enemy, it chose to attack immediately. Chenrei frowned slightly, and the speed of the Thunderbird suddenly slowed down. In the eagle's eyes, he seemed to see the surrounding trees begin to wither rapidly. It was full of bleakness, and the feeling of being past its prime. At the same time, his body continuously showed a state of sluggishness and weakness. The Thunderbird at the front even lost the strength to flap its wings and fell straight to the ground. The Thunderbird in the back felt the strength of the enemy and struggled to cry out. A bolt of lightning struck down and split the enemy in half. However, the two halves of the shadow quickly merged into one, as if nothing had happened. With a wave of his hand, the Thunderbird did not even have time to release the next bolt of lightning before it fell to the ground with its companion. After Chenrei quickly captured two Thunderbirds with autumn territory and illusion, he tried to convey friendly consciousness and analytical eyes. He wanted to take the opportunity to ask about the location of the wind elementals, but the response he got was always strong hostility. His mind turned, and his eyes were shrouded in a faint purple light. He had already channeled the power of the evil pupil. The Thunderbird's fierce eyes became misty, and some images began to be slowly reflected in Chenrei's eyes. This was a palace with a strange style. It seemed to be in the clouds, surrounded by the power of storms and lightning. Around the palace, there were many strange humanoid figures. Their lower bodies were whirlwind-like streams of air, faintly emitting sparks. Even though they were on the ground, they were still floating. In addition to these humanoid figures, there were also tall giants on the ground. They were wearing armor, and their skin was dark silver and gold. They were holding javelins condensed from lightning in their hands. The purple light in Chenrei's eyes gradually faded, and the Thunderbird's eagle eyes also returned to normal. The power of the evil pupil brought a strong deterrent to the Thunderbird's soul. Even after Chenrei lifted the power of restraint, the two fierce and belligerent raptors did not attack again. Instead, they flew away with fear. Chenrei rubbed his temples to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. Charlie's evil pupil was really mysterious. This was a new use that he realized in the training ground in the past few days. It could reflect the soul, which was a strange power to read memories. The difficulty of using this kind of power was far more difficult than expected. When Chenrei used it for the first time, he consumed a lot of spirit power. He almost couldn't control it and suffered a backlash, but he finally got the information he wanted. The nest of the wind elementals was a somewhat familiar palace. Yes, it was the Cloud Palace that I saw in a world on the 4th floor of the Bloody Empire's library. Surprisingly, the Titan was also in the area of the Cloud Palace and lived peacefully with the wind elementals like partners. In fact, Chenrei was chased by the coalition forces of the wind elementals and the Titan last time. It seemed that the relationship between the two was really extraordinary. There was no specific location of the Cloud Palace in the Thunderbird's memory, but there were areas where these dangerous creatures were active. The Thunderbird would never easily enter these areas under normal circumstances. The previous Cloud Palace was probably also derived from some kind of bloodline memory. Chenrei walked toward those dangerous areas, step by step according to the Thunderbird's memory. In addition to the Thunderbird, there were many rich species on the Island of Storms. However, the further he went, the fewer demonic beasts there were, and the strange dangerous breath in the air was getting stronger. Passing through a forest, in front of a basin, Chenrei finally saw a huge figure, the Titan. Although there were no wind elementals around that he was looking for, Chenrei knew that as long as he found the Titan, the wind elementals must be nearby. Before finding the wind elementals, Chenrei didn't want to alarm these giants and cause unnecessary battles. With a thought, he activated the sneak skill and hid his figure. Race, Titan, Alchemy Life Form, Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S Physique, S Strength, S Plus, Spirit, S Speed, A. Analysis, Thunder and Lightning Power, Strength Talent, Mental Immunity. Danger Level High. Shinrei carefully bypassed the Titan and continued to move forward. Sure enough, the number of Titans that entered his sight gradually increased. The lowest one had Demon Emperor level strength, which reminded Shinrei of the powerful dragons. These giants with terrifying combat power seemed a bit dull when they were not fighting, and their activities seemed to have no clear purpose. However, it was certain that once the intruder, Shinrei, appeared, he would definitely become the first target of these giants. The strange thing was that he encountered a lot of Titans along the way, but he didn't see any wind elementals. While Shinrei was puzzled, he suddenly stopped because he felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from the front. This kind of fluctuation, similar to spirit energy, was quite subtle. An ordinary demon overlord or even a king-level powerhouse might not be able to sense it. The reason why Shinrei could feel it was because he had a special spiritual imprint, the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization. The frequency of the spirit energy became more and more familiar. It was similar to some kind of illusion created by the spiritual imprint, but the power was very weak. Shinrei moved his mind and walked straight forward. There was no Titan in front, but a cliff. Shinrei ran the spiritual imprint in his body and tried to adjust the frequency to synchronize with the nearby spirit energy. The scene in front of him really began to change slowly. It turned out that it was not a cliff at all. There was a huge canyon in front of him with a long slope leading straight to the entrance of the canyon. Looking closely, this slope was actually formed by some kind of extremely strong radial force, or it could be said that it was some kind of big explosion in the canyon. The power attribute of the explosion should be very special. Not only did it leave exaggerated traces, but this area was almost barren, which looked particularly eye-catching. Shinrei moved his mind, and he followed the traces all the way into this huge canyon. The further he went, the more obvious these traces were, and the intensity of the destruction was even more amazing, but it seemed to be quite old. The time limit for stealth of 1 hour was up. The next time could only be used after 3 hours. Fortunately, there were no Titans in the canyon. With strong curiosity, he continued to walk forward. As he was walking, he suddenly kicked something under his feet. It was an old metal object. It seemed to be some kind of broken part. It looked a little familiar. Similar wreckage was found in front. Shinrei finally remembered what it was. Assemble puppet. Not only the assemble puppet, but there were also translucent pieces similar to crystals. They should be the wreckage of the giant crystal beast or crystal beast. This discovery further confirmed a speculation in Shinrei's mind. He could already see relatively complete bones in front. Shinrei also found some human-shaped bones that had not been completely weathered among the half of the assemble puppet. Finally, a huge building appeared in front of Shinrei. The scale of this building was far larger than the City of Stars. It could not be called a castle, but a city. The appearance and style of the city could not be more familiar to Shinrei. It was the ruins of the ancient alchemy civilization. The first impression that this ruin gave to Shinrei, apart from being huge, was only one word: broken. The huge explosion traces from before had indeed spread out from the city. The area around the entrance of the ruin had completely disappeared because of this explosion, and the surrounding area was full of seriously damaged wreckage. Shinrei walked into the ruin. There were shocking traces of destruction everywhere, but he did not find a single living thing. The huge ruin was filled with an atmosphere of death. Shinrei followed the hazy mental energy fluctuations and found the central palace of the city. Half of the central palace, which represented the supreme ruler of the city, had collapsed, and there were the remains of the guards nearby. It was obvious that a terrible battle had occurred. Shinrei thought of the alchemy life form Titan outside the canyon, and he thought of the fury shown by the Titan when he released the power of the mental imprint. He vaguely guessed something. The structure of the central palace was much more complicated than the City of Stars, but the overall style was similar. Since the original powerful defensive force had disappeared, Chenrui didn't spend too much time cracking the weak illusion protection with the sense of spirit energy, and found the central main hall room. As soon as he opened the door of the main palace, Chenrui felt that the sky was dark, and a mental energy wrapped him from all directions. This mental energy was much stronger than what he sensed outside the door, and it was obviously hostile and strange, as if it wanted to devour his soul. Chenrui was prepared, and a god-eating mask appeared on his face. The god-eating mask had the attribute of immunity to mental and soul control, and it also had the god-eating skill, which was the nemesis of mental power. Under the god-eating skill, this mental power that wanted to devour people was devoured. As the mental energy dissipated, the scene in front of him became clear. This was a spacious room, and there was nothing else except the huge purple crystal in the center. This purple crystal was the central life crystal that controlled the entire ruin. If he could gain control, he could become the master of this huge ruin. Chapter 789. The grade of the purple crystal in front of him was quite high, but its surface was covered with cracks, and there was almost no sign of life. It was obviously severely damaged, and the previous spiritual energy fluctuation had disappeared. The level of this ancient alchemy civilization relic was obviously far higher than the City of Stars. Although it was seriously damaged and almost completely unusable, for Chenrui, it was 100 times more precious than ordinary treasures. Even if this was a ruined city that could not be restored, just the existing materials in the city were likely to raise the grade of the City of Stars to a higher level. Moreover, there must be many precious items in a relic of this level. Chenrui could see that the cracked purple crystal was not completely destroyed, or else the spiritual energy could not be stored, and the room would automatically be destroyed. If there was enough energy, there should be a possibility that the crystal could be repaired, but the spiritual energy devouring just now had exhausted the last of its strength, and now it had completely lost the ability to resist. Chenrui thought about it, and a purple light appeared in his hand, approaching the crystal. It was the power of the spiritual imprint of the City of Stars. Unknown spiritual imprint, identified as the power of the same civilization, does not match the ruler's soul imprint, refusing to add spiritual imprint. Determined to be an intruder. Activate defense power. Insufficient life energy, unable to activate defense. The purple crystal's feedback was constantly transmitted to Chenrui's mind. Because his spiritual imprint did not match the soul power of the crystal's original owner, the purple crystal seemed to be very resistant. Unfortunately, with the crystal's current strength, it could not resist the invasion of a new force like Chenrui. The purple light smoothly entered the crystal, and the power of the spiritual imprint spread rapidly like a spider web, constantly eroding the original structure and seizing control step by step. Insufficient energy, relinquishing the level 3 authority protection, relinquishing the level 2 authority protection, relinquishing the level 1 authority protection, retaining the highest authority, entering protective hibernation. Soon, the power of the spiritual imprint of the City of Stars successfully occupied the crystal and obtained most of the authority, but due to the difference in grade, it could not obtain the highest core control authority. Even so, it was enough to make Chenrui happy. After gaining control, Chenrui immediately received a prompt that the energy was insufficient. He immediately took out an energy conversion instrument produced by the City of Stars, converted dozens of spirit fruits into energy blocks, and placed them next to the purple crystal. Those energy blocks were all top-level energy essences. They could provide the purest life energy, and the quality was far above the energy refined by the alchemy civilization. The purple crystal was like a starving person pouncing on food. It began to absorb the energy rapidly, and the light gradually brightened. The purple light grew brighter, and the scenery in the room changed. It became a vast space, and the facilities in the room could be changed according to Chenrui's will. The entire lifeless ruin began to light up like stars, as if it had suddenly regained its vitality. At this moment, the Titans in the distance seemed to have sensed something amiss. Their eyes flickered with killing intent, and they roared angrily in unison. Chinrui did not know about the Titan's unusual movements. He was still immersed in the joy of controlling the ruins. The cracks on the central life crystal had mostly healed, and countless information was transmitted to his mind. Material warehouse damaged 30%. Docking can be used, the data department is damaged at 65%. Docking can be done, biobank damaged at 90%. Docking can be done. The name of this ruin was Skywheel. It was a level 4 ruin, 2 levels higher than the level 2 City of Stars. The first thing Chinrui chose to check was the data department. As the controller of the central life crystal, he did not need to go to the data department. He only needed to dock with it, and he could directly check or reach the corresponding facilities through the crystal. When Chinrui took control of the City of Stars, the data department had been completely damaged. It could not be repaired or checked. He could only get some fragments from the incomplete memory imprinted on his soul. Now, he finally found a usable data department. Although only 35% of the information could be accessed, the remaining information in the ruin was still beyond imagination. The relatively complete pharmaceutical memory crystal alone gave Chinrui an unexpected surprise. Among them, there was an incomplete log that required level 1 authority to open, which attracted Chinrui's attention. 12th year of the new moon, 17th week, 3rd day. I finally succeeded in creating a war puppet, causing a sensation in the entire civilized world. As the chief alchemist of the Lonling Empire and the master of Skywheel, I, Diluted Treslo, am destined to be written in the annals of history and praised by future generations. The first part of the log shocked Chinrui. The master of Skywheel, Diluted Treslo, was actually the inventor of war puppets. 24th year of the new moon, 23rd week, 7th day. This is the darkest day of my life. Manly's actually married that simple-minded idiot Fathmore. I curse this damned marriage. I'll make that woman regret it for the rest of her life. On the first day of the 5th week of the 2nd year of the arc moon, Fathmore died of a rare spiral lesion. At least that's what it looks like on the surface, but it's just a matter of technique. Those stupid doctors won't be able to detect my methods. 2nd year of the new moon, 12th week, 3rd day. Manly's, that stupid woman, the widow whose husband died, actually rejected me again. Damn slut! Do you think I really care about your body? I've already created a dark red lamp spirit with the same body, voice, and even personality as you. Every channel of hers has become a way for me to vent my desire. What I want to see is only your regret and helplessness after being abandoned by me. 2nd year of the new moon, 12th week, 29th day. Manly's died. After learning the real cause of Fathmore's death, she died in front of me. Those eyes full of hatred made me tremble. To avoid future troubles, I killed her son and all her relatives. From that day on, I erased the original consciousness of the dark red lamp spirit and sealed her in the biological library forever because I was afraid to see that face. The intermittent clips made the readers shudder, as if they had seen a cruel, vicious, and extremely self-centered mad scientist. 7th year of the new moon, 17th week, 3rd day. Just when the research of the war giants was making progress, some strange enemies came. These enemies had combat power that couldn't be ignored, but in front of the guardians and war puppets, they were still vulnerable. We were wrong. Everyone was wrong. The terror of the enemy far exceeded our expectations. The most terrifying thing was that their numbers were constantly increasing, almost endless. In the last distress signals sent by the Siam Empire, we saw one word, abyss. One of the 4 great empires, the Siam Empire, perished. It happened so fast that it's unbelievable. Wherever those abyssal creatures passed, there was no occupation or enslavement, only endless destruction. Not a single survivor from the huge Siam Empire. The shadow of fear quickly shrouded the entire alchemy civilization world. All empires and kingdoms formed a temporary coalition to fight against the abyss, but it was still too late. If the space entrance was found and destroyed before the abyssal creatures arrived, perhaps. Unfortunately, there is no if anymore. We lost, completely lost. We lost to that terrible enemy, one of the masters of the abyss, Quiriana. The power of hatred she possesses is enough to make everyone tremble. These records in the log describe the process of the abyssal race destroying the entire alchemy civilization. They were ancient secrets that were no longer recorded. Seeing the sentence, "No occupation or slavery, only endless destruction," Chunrui suddenly thought of the mysterious church and the Black Death apostles. He took a deep breath and continued to read. The world of alchemy civilization is on the verge of extinction. No! I can't die. I must escape from this world. My research on the war giants has not been completed. The name of the number one genius cannot disappear with the annihilation of the civilization. As one of the important commanders of the coalition, I successfully stole the last strategic energy of the coalition and concentrated it all in the skywheel, preparing to try a space travel that has never been tried before. As for the life and death of the others, it has nothing to do with me. I used the maximum power to activate the space crystal ball. Whether I can escape or not depends on my luck. I finally woke up. Although my body is on the verge of collapse, fortunately, I'm still alive. I don't know what year it is now, and I don't know which space plane it is. In any case, this is a new starting point. Civilization is created by humans. I will rule the entire plane and create a new civilization named Daruda. Treslo. This plane is actually the main plane where the legendary gods have descended. It contains countless powerful enemies. It seems that I must collect energy as soon as possible to repair my body, restore the combat power of the skywheel, and speed up the research on the war giants. The war giants have finally made a breakthrough. I named it Titan. Titan has a close combat ability comparable to the giant crystal beast. It is immune to the power of the mind, but its speed is relatively slow. These are definitely not enough. What I want to make is not another giant crystal beast, but the strongest strategic weapon with long-range attacks. By the way, the wind elementals that I captured the day before yesterday. A great day worthy of remembrance. Titan finally successfully integrated the core of the wind elementals. He now has the power of lightning and storm. It's incredible. After Titan obtained the core of the wind elementals, he has been able to obtain energy from the wind elements in the air without relying on energy blocks. This is a great innovation. However, these giants actually have an independent consciousness that is not controlled by the life crystal. Damn slaves, how dare they disobey my control and dare to rebel against me, the greatest master. I must mobilize all the guardians to completely destroy these slaves. When destroying those rebellious slaves, a large number of wind elementals appeared and actually broke through the peripheral defense. Damn wind elementals, damn Titan, if it weren't for my body. At the end of the diary, Chunrei finally roughly understood the whole story. It turned out that Titan was a new type of weapon created by Daruda. Unfortunately, there was a rebellion. Also, the words, main plane, in the diary made him puzzled. Before he could think more, a sharp voice suddenly came from the crystal. Warning! Intruder detected from the outside. Has entered the alert area. The defense system is 99% damaged and cannot be activated. Chapter 790. The sudden alarm surprised Chunrui, and he quickly opened the sky eye for detection. Due to the serious damage of the sky eye, he could only see the situation in a part of the area, tall giants, and at the feet of the giants, there were countless humanoids wrapped in whirlwinds, titans and wind elementals. Chunrei had already reacted. Could it be that the recovery of the central life crystal alarmed the titans? From the log, he learned that Daluda attempted to destroy the uncontrollable titans, so the titans launched a resistance. Daluda's experiment of capturing the wind elementals also angered the wind elemental king, who led the wind elementals to attack Skywheel. Probably because of the integration of the wind elemental's core and having a common enemy, the titans and the wind elementals formed some kind of alliance. They joined forces to kill Diluda and destroy this alchemy civilization city. Therefore, when Chinrui released a similar spiritual imprint power on the Titans last time, it caused the Titans to be extremely angry. Now that the Titans sensed the recovery of the central life crystal, they must have thought that the hateful ruler had resurrected again, so they brought the wind elementals to completely destroy Diluda. Chinrui was shot in the knee as he took the blame for Diluda. He immediately used the connection system and instantly appeared in front of the damaged gate of the city. The Titans and wind elementals in the distance approached step by step. The number was astonishing. It was likely that they came out in full force. Chinrui had already experienced the combat power of the Titans. Coupled with the extremely fast wind elementals, in his current state, even with Shura's clone, he was definitely not their opponent in a head-on battle unless he opened the Star Gate to escape. However, Chinrui's biggest purpose in coming to the Island of Storms was to meet the Wind Elemental King. Moreover, he had now obtained most of the control of Skywheel. There were too many precious resources here that he had yet to get. He must not give them up easily unless it was a last resort. The Titans and Wind Elementals discovered Chinrui immediately. A group of Titans already had a lightning condensed javelin in their hands. Their strong murderous intent locked on Chinrui. Chinrui had an extremely dangerous warning in his heart. He shouted, "Your Highness Wind Elemental King! I'm a friend of Delkus!" The moment he opened his mouth to speak, lightning suddenly flashed, and countless terrifying lightning bolts flew over in succession. Then all the wind elementals and Titans had a feeling at the same time as if everything had suddenly slowed down, except for the attack target. By the time the illusion recovered, the lightning that was thrown out had already intertwined, leaving shocking crystals and distortions in the area around the city gate. However, the enemy had already inconceivably surpassed the speed of lightning and appeared in front of him. The power of the time law. At this time, just as Chinrui finished speaking, the wind elementals were about to continue attacking, but they suddenly received an order and stopped. The Titans seemed to hesitate for a moment, and they also stopped attacking. Chinrui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The time rule power that he had comprehended was still in its embryonic form, especially when facing so many powerful enemies. Not only did it consume several times more energy than usual, but its effectiveness was also quite limited. It could not be used repeatedly within a short period of time. If the Titans and the Wind Elementals did not give him a chance to negotiate at all, then he could only escape temporarily. The team of Wind Elementals separated to both sides, and a green figure appeared in front of Chinrui. He had silver-white hair, silver pupils, blue-black skin, and a light green pendant on his neck which seemed to be integrated with his skin. The lower half of his body was a whirlwind airflow. The airflow contained an extremely strong storm power, and there was a faint flash of lightning. It was the Wind Elemental King that Chinrui had seen before. Race, Wind Elementals. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S+. Physique S+, Strength S+, Spirit ++, Speed ++. Analysis, Wind Attribute, Wind Magic Immunity, Speed Talent. Danger Level, High. Your Highness King! Chinrui performed a quaint etiquette that he had seen from Rala to the Wind Elemental King. Today is a misunderstanding. My name is Richard, a friend of the Light Elemental King. I was invited to the Island of Storms. The Wind Elemental King looked at him for a while and sneered. His voice was a little sharp. The once arrogant master of the ancient ruins is actually reduced to the point of begging for mercy with such a clumsy lie? No matter how you talk, you can't escape the anger and hatred of the wind elementals and giants. I have nothing to do with the master who was destroyed by you. I just happened to get a part of the control of this ruin, and I'm not afraid of war or fighting. Chinrui did not back down or be timid. He said calmly, "However, my purpose of coming here is not for a meaningless fight, but for the agreement with the Light Elemental King. I don't know how deep or shallow your friendship with Delkus is. I just want to ask one question. As one of the 3 Light Kings, are you willing to bear the consequences of the failure of the next elemental war?" The Wind Elemental King frowned. "Where did you hear about the elemental war?" Shinrei was already holding something in his palm. It was a transparent cube with a faint white light inside. The light looked very soft, but there was a kind of burning pain when looking closely. This pure and strong light element power, could it be? The silver light in the Wind Elemental King's eyes shone brightly. The origin of light fragment? Yes. Shinrei's mind moved, and the cube disappeared again. I once had an agreement with the Light Elemental King to exchange the origin of light fragment. However, due to some special reasons, I can't go to the Church of Light to find Royal Highness Delcus, so I came here. You got one thing wrong. The light elementals are light elementals. The wind elementals are wind elementals. Even as one of the 3 Light Kings, I have no obligation to help you contact Delcus. The breath beside the Wind Elemental King became manic. I don't know what method you used to open this ruin. Since you have inherited the power of this ruin, then you have also inherited hatred. The origin of elemental fragment is an existence that can influence the outcome of the elemental war. I don't believe that Your Highness will ignore it like this. Although Your Highness already has the origin of wind fragment, it should be noted that the place where the origin of light fragment is kept is not the storage equipment, but my talent space. Once I have an accident, then the origin of light fragment will fall into the space turbulence. Shinrei saw through the Wind Elemental King's intention to kill and seize the treasure, so he seemed more calm. Even if you don't care about the success or failure of the elemental war, then Your Highness should be clear about the true significance of the origin of light fragment to the king. Every time an origin of light fragment falls into the hands of the Elemental King, the hopes of all the Elemental Kings and even all the Elementals, including the 3rd Kings of Darkness, will increase by 1 point. If all the 6 origin of light fragments can fall into the hands of the corresponding king, then it will be the arrival of the real end and beginning, and also the arrival of hope. These words actually came from the mouth of the Earth Elemental King. Until now, Shinrei still couldn't figure out the real reason, but it was enough to really move the Wind Elemental King. Who the hell are you? The Wind Elemental King lost his voice. Even the average demigod can't know this level of secret. Unless it's the Elemental King himself. As I said, my name is Richard. The purpose of coming to the Island of Storms today is to hand over the origin of light fragment to Your Highness Delcus. Of course, I also have a few conditions within the acceptable range. Please contact me, Your Highness. Shinrei felt that the hostility of the Wind Elemental King was greatly reduced, so he smiled and saluted again. The Wind Elemental King pondered for a moment, and he finally turned his head to return the salute. Wind Elemental King Seth. There was a sudden roar from the Titans behind, then the Titans began to roar together. They seemed to be very dissatisfied with the attitude of the Wind Elementals toward the enemy. Shinrei's gaze fell on the Titan who took the lead to roar. This Titan's skin was golden red, and his eyes were emitting a terrifying purple light. Judging by visual estimation, his strength was around S++. He should be the leader of the Titans. From the log, he learned that the Titans hated their creator, Deluda. He, who also had the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization, was obviously misunderstood. Your Highness Seth, please forgive my rudeness. Shinrei slowly floated up and flew toward the Titans. He raised his voice in the language of the ancient alchemy civilization. Titans, please allow me to address you as this. Don't get me wrong. I'm different from Deluda. I don't have the slightest malice toward you. The Titans did not let go of their hostility because of this. Instead, they stared at Shinrei closely. Some of the Titans already had lightning or storms brewing in their hands. I know that your consciousness is still affected by the life crystal to a certain extent. Although I have the spiritual imprint to control this alchemy city, I will not enslave you like Deluda. As a gesture of friendship and trust, I will try to remove the remaining restraints of the crystal life on you and let you be completely free. Shinrei threw a tempting bait. Due to the characteristics of the alchemy life, the Titans with independent consciousness could not completely get rid of the crystal's control. Especially the central main hall where the crystal was located was a strange space. If there was no special method, they could not find the real location even if the entire palace was destroyed. Because of this, the Titans had never been able to leave this area. However, Chunrui's words were also quite exaggerated. He currently only had level 1 authority. He had not completely controlled the entire life crystal, let alone enslaving it. Even if he obtained the highest authority, he could not forcibly control the Titans with independent consciousness. Although the Titans had developed independent consciousness, their thinking was not very agile. Their likes and dislikes were relatively simple. The phrase, "get completely free," really caused the Titans to become restless. Chunrui observed their expressions. With a wave of his hand, several high-purity energy blocks transformed from aura fruits flew toward the giant leader. Although the Titans have the ability to transform wind elemental energy, this kind of top-level energy essence can replenish and grow your strength more quickly. Take it as a gift from me to you. The appearance of these energy blocks dispelled the last trace of hostility of the Titans. The Titan leader nodded to Chunrui and agreed with his suggestion. Your Highness Celestine. Chunrui returned to the Wind Elemental King's side. Thank you for contacting His Highness Delcus. I plan to stay in this ruin for the next few days to find a way to remove the Titan's restraints. For the sake of Delcus, I'll give you a word of advice. Once these big guys decide on something, it is difficult to change it. If you want to play any tricks, you will only reap what you sow in the end. The Wind Elemental King joked as he flew out of the canyon with the Wind Elementals. The Titans followed behind with heavy steps. After temporarily resolving the threat of the Titans and the Wind Elementals, Chunrui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he used peaceful means to resolve the crisis just now. Otherwise, if they really fought, he could only open the Star Gate and escape. Now that the contact with the Light Elemental King had been settled, and he could stay in the ruins to research openly, it was considered smooth sailing. Returning to the central hall of the ruins, Chunrui was really relieved this time. The first thing he paid attention to was the information department. In addition to a small number of handwritten books, most of the information in the information department were memory crystals. Almost all of these crystals were encrypted. Only those with the corresponding authority could access them. Chunrui had now obtained level 1 authority. Except for a few crystals, the existing batch of information could basically be read, but it could not be modified. For him, this was enough. Chunrui, who had activated deep analysis, was like a sponge, greedily absorbing a huge amount of knowledge. It was absorbing, not digesting. First he recorded it with deep analysis. When he had enough time, he would slowly understand and digest it. Although there was only 35% of the information left in the information department that could be read, it took Chunrui a whole day to complete the recording. After completing the data recording, Chunrui entered the material warehouse through the connection. The damage of the material warehouse was much less than that of the information department. It was divided into several levels. It was an independent storage space, but the inventory was far less than expected. It was likely that a lot of materials and energy were consumed to create the Titans or resist the attacks of the Titans and the Wind Elementals. However, most of these inventory materials were unique to the alchemy civilization, which could be used in the City of Stars or to find substitutes through sample experiments. Chunrui naturally put all of them into the storage warehouse. Although the entire ruins had become a dead city, there were still quite a lot of usable resources for Chunrui. He filled his pockets along the way. Finally, he found the most damaged creature warehouse. Judging from the exaggerated damage of the creature warehouse and nearby buildings, the Titans' rebellion should have started here. There were originally several connected metal buildings, but most of them had become twisted debris. The remains of the Guardians and battle traces could be seen everywhere. Chunrui used the control of the life crystal to turn on some barely usable lighting facilities. He wanted to find something useful. Unfortunately, this wish was obviously too idealistic. This place was completely destroyed. Not even a complete assembled doll could be found. Just when Chunrui was about to give up, a feedback message from the life crystal suddenly came from his mind. The secret warehouse in front requires the highest authority to enter. Chapter 791. The secret vault with the highest authority? Chinrui's eyes fell on the broken warehouse in front of him. The furnishings and broken items in this warehouse were not special, but Chinrui believed that the life crystal would not lie. After a careful search, he finally found a space contact that was suspected to be the entrance to the secret vault on an inconspicuous wall. This space contact was quite complicated. Fortunately, there were corresponding examples in the level 1 authority of the life crystal. Plus, the outer protection of the secret vault had been destroyed. With the help of deep analysis, Chinrui spent some time and finally successfully triggered this space entrance. An oval golden light door appeared in front of him. Chinrui's eyes lit up and he walked in. Inside was an independent space cabin with only a few things. Before Chinrui could take a closer look, the life crystal sent a message. The authority is wrong, and the soul power does not match the spiritual imprint of the secret vault. The secret vault will be destroyed in 3 seconds. Chinrui was taken aback. With a move of his mind, he had already activated the power of the time rule. His figure flashed in an instant, and he kept the few things into the storage space. Then, he quickly left the light door. The golden light door trembled and disappeared after a muffled sound. Chinrui secretly thought that it was dangerous. The highest authority is really extraordinary. The outer defense has completely failed, and it even has the power to self-destruct. Fortunately, he has obtained control of the central life crystal. If an outsider enters, he will not receive the warning of the crystal at all. He will disappear with the space in just 3 seconds. A total of 4 things were obtained from the secret vault: 2 projection crystals, a crystal plate, and a dark red lamp. Chinrui picked up a projection crystal, opened it, and suddenly became speechless. The content of this crystal projection reminded him of a certain portable hard drive during his time as an otaku, which was used as a unit of measurement as artistic action movies. Basically, every otaku had such a hard drive or a similar directory in their hard drive. This brother Dorothea was actually a kindred spirit, but the blockbuster recorded in this crystal was likely to be self-directed and acted by him. Chinrui was not in the mood to appreciate this kind of artistic blockbuster, so he immediately turned off the crystal. Due to the previous experience, he did not immediately open the second crystal when he picked up it. He just glanced at it with spirit power first, but his face changed suddenly. He carefully turned on the projection. Destruction. Or destruction. The endless fiery red color, the suffocating heat, and the surging currents were like the tides. Chinrui once believed that when quality reached a certain level, quantity could be ignored. However, in the face of this truly endless quantity, the concept of quality seemed to have changed. Crevice Demon was only one of the lowest abyssal creatures. Even if it became a strong monster with the power of the Flower of Abyss, it was only at the Demon King or Great Demon King level. The Demon Overlord level crystal beast should sweep these ant-like enemies without any suspense. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, it still swept. What about 100,000, 1 million, 10 million? Chinrui did not count the number of crevice demons. He could only see that the crevice demons turned into powder in the circle of force fields around the hundreds of giant crystal beasts. However, under the impact of the endless crevice demon torrents, the force field around the giant crystal beasts became smaller and smaller. Soon they were submerged. At first, they could still make a few waves in the demon tide, but the waves soon calmed down. There were no more ups and downs. This feeling was like a group of beasts falling into an endless tide of cannibal ants. Not only crevice demons, but there were also violent demons, flaming sorceress, and some creatures that he had never seen in the City of Stars before. The combat power was secondary. The first impression was the terrifying number. Wherever they passed, there was only scorched earth left. As recorded in Dorothea's diary, there is no occupation and slavery, only endless destruction. This should be a microcosm of the annihilation of the ancient alchemy civilization recorded by Dorothea. When Chinrui was in the inheritance of the City of Stars, he had also witnessed a similar scene, but it was far from as shocking as the one in front of him. The power of the abyss is too terrifying. Dorothea once mentioned one of the masters of the abyss, Quiriana. This master should be a more terrifying existence above the Lord of the Abyss. Chunrui suddenly thought of the three-story sculptures worshipped as gods that Shura had seen in the mysterious church, and he shuddered inexplicably. The ultimate goal of the mysterious church must be to let the abyss descend. Once this goal is achieved, even if the demon realm and the human world unite, the result of complete destruction cannot be avoided. Therefore, whether it is Satan in the demon realm or the Church of Light in the human world, they always did not hesitate to eliminate the traces of the abyss after discovering them. However, the means of the abyss were still impossible to guard against. Chunrui had personally experienced the Crystal Dragon Popcorn incident, the Sikali sacrifice incident, and the mysterious church branch that Shura joined. These are just the known ones, so how many are unknown? Chunrui felt his heart heavy. The determination to completely destroy the mysterious church became stronger. The other two things left by Dorothea were the dark red heart lamp, which was obviously the lamp spirit's heart lamp. It should be the lamp spirit that Dorothea had modified. Its appearance and personality were exactly the same as Manlace, whom he was crazy about. After Manlace died with hatred, Dorothea sealed it here forever in order to suppress the fear in his heart. This heart lamp was intact. If he provided energy, it should be able to awaken the lamp spirit, but Chunrui did not do this. Instead, he kept it in the storage warehouse because once the lamp spirit was awakened, it could not be carried through the Star Gate, unless it was killed and turned back into the heart lamp. Generally speaking, there were only three kinds of lamp spirits: gold, silver, and iron. The dark red heart lamp was the legendary super heart lamp. It required a secret recipe to transform, and the probability was extremely low, so Chunrui planned to bring it back to the City of Stars for research. The other crystal board was an unexpected surprise. There were drawings of designs and ideas inside, including the design and improvement plans of the assembled puppets. Chunrui even saw the manufacturing method of the Titan on it, but the manufacturing process of the Titans was extremely complicated, and the materials were quite rare. If the wind elemental core was not integrated, it was just a relatively slow melee creature. It was not even as good as the giant crystal beast. If the core was integrated, let alone the source of this core, just the Titan's independent consciousness of resistance was enough to give him a headache. In any case, this was a huge gain. After returning from the human world this time, it seemed that there were many things to complete. Chunrui entered the refinery of the super system, opened the 100 times time rule link, and began to study. A few days passed unknowingly. The arrival of a wind elemental interrupted Chunrui's research. Light elemental King Delcus had arrived. Chunrui left the Ferris wheel, and followed the wind elemental all the way. About 2 hours later, a place like a sea of clouds appeared in front of him. He could feel the violent and raging breath in the air from a distance. Looking closely, the sea of clouds was actually a huge cyclone, like the eye of a storm. The strange thing was that this huge cyclone seemed to be constrained by something. It was fixed and converged within a certain range. Otherwise, once it spread out, the entire island would become the island of storms in the true sense. Chunrui was surprised for a while. He didn't expect that there was such an existence on the ground of the island of storms. This might be the source of the hurricanes in the sea around the island of storms. The closer he got to the cyclone, the denser the wind elements in the air became. His skin began to feel like it was being torn. Later, it felt like countless blades were intertwined. The wind elemental leading the way in front still acted as if nothing had happened. With a thought from Chunrui, a faint devouring power appeared around him. All the raging wind elemental power nearby was devoured like a small alternative. Eye of the storm. The wind elemental in front immediately felt the abnormality. He looked slightly surprised, but he didn't stop. He brought Chunrui straight into the eye of the storm. After passing through the layers of storms that interfered with his vision, Chunrui felt that the scene in front of him changed, and it suddenly became clear. This was a huge open space filled with cloud-like mist. Flashes of lightning could be seen constantly mixed with the roaring thunder. There were countless wind elementals nearby, and some titans were either sitting or standing. They seemed to enjoy this lightning and thunder environment. The most eye-catching thing was the sky above, where there was a palace with a strange style in the clouds. With a flash of lightning, Wind Elemental King Seth had appeared in front of him with a halo under his feet. To Chinrei's surprise, there were two figures that appeared with the Wind Elemental King at the same time. One was Light Elemental King Delcus, whom he had seen at the Holy Light Mountain, and the other one was Chinrei's first time seeing. This figure was tall and covered in flames, exuding a breath that was not inferior to Seth and Delcus. Even without looking at the information of analytical eyes, Chinrei could immediately guess the identity of this person, Fire Elemental King. Unexpectedly, I met the 3 Light Kings at the same time here. So far, the 6 Elemental Kings had met each other. Seth said, "Welcome to the land of storms, guests from afar. Let's go to the Cloud Palace to talk in detail." Chinrei entered the halo under Seth's signal. The halo flashed, and the 4 of them appeared in the palace in the clouds. This palace was condensed from pure wind elemental matter. The style was peculiar and magnificent. Lightning and storm incredibly became the harmonious theme here. It was unforgettable. "Please sit down." Seth was sitting on a strange throne which seemed to be one with the whirlwind in his lower body, but the tone of the Wind Elemental King seemed to be much more polite than a few days ago. "You already know Delcus. This is the Fire Elemental King, Ogmartin. It's a great honor to meet the 3rd Kings." Chinrei bowed slightly to the 3rd Kings and sat down. Light Elemental King Delcus said, "Sir Richard, I don't think there's any need to beat around the bush for today's meeting. Let's get straight to the point. Have you brought the origin of light fragment?" "Of course." A transparent cube appeared in Chinrei's palm, which immediately attracted Delcus's attention. Delcus looked a little excited and almost stood up. "Yes, it really is the Brilliance Bracelet." Chapter 792. Bracelet of Brilliance? Chinrei wanted to ridicule the square shape of this bracelet, but the appearance of the origin fragments, the crown of water wave and the ring of nightmare that he had seen were not flattering before they transformed into their true form. "As I said, I will promise you 3 conditions." Seeing the origin of light fragment disappear in Chinrei's hands in an instant, Delcus regained his calmness. "In addition to the power of light and the power of wind, your 3rd condition should be the power of fire, right? After I got the news from Seth, I found the Fire Elemental King Ogmartin. The power of fire is not a problem. Can we exchange now?" "Unfortunately, Your Highness Delcus." Chinrei shook his head. "My 3rd condition is not the power of fire, but I want to know the whereabouts of something." This sentence surprised Delcus. The Fire Elemental King Ogmartin roared. "Despicable guy, how dare you tease us? Now hand over the Bracelet of Brilliance immediately, otherwise your blood and flesh will evaporate under the king's wrath." Chinrei had long heard of the irritation of the fire elementals, so he ignored Ogmartin. He just glanced at the Light Elemental King faintly. "Your Highness Delcus, is this also your answer?" "Don't get me wrong, Sir Richard." Delcus frowned and said to the Fire Elemental King, "Ogmartin, there is one thing I didn't tell you. The despicable guy you mentioned once fought alone with 2 archbishops, the chief of Holy Knights and 3 Grand Cardinals at the Holy Mountain of Light. In the end, he easily escaped with 3 snow-dowlet holy trees under the eyes of Pope Fendis. I don't think you have the ability to evaporate his blood and flesh. Before the transaction of the origin of light fragment is completed, I suggest you try to remain silent." Ogmartin snorted with dissatisfaction. Chinrei shook his head. "Your Highness Delcus is overpraising me. In fact, I only fought with the chief of Holy Knights. When the Pope arrived, if I didn't escape quickly, I would have been annihilated. The light elementals won't please anyone. I just recognize your strength." Delcus smiled proudly. "If it's just a fluke that you escaped with Snow Dowlet in the Holy Mountain, then who killed the 3-eyed 4-winged angel known as God's Discovery? Although this involves the internal secrets of the Church, when I left the Holy Mountain of Light, I happened to hear the name of the murderer. Is this a coincidence?" The news of the Light Elemental King made the other second kings look strange. To be able to kill the church's four-winged angel, he must at least have the strength of a kingdom level. It seems that I really underestimated this person previously. Shinrei knew very well that the reason why he could negotiate with the three elemental kings here with equal status was that his strength was the most fundamental reason. He was not modest at the moment. He smiled and said, "I'm honored to be recognized by your highness. I know that the three royal highness kings are restricted for some reason, so your strength in this dimension can't break through the limit of demon overlord. In terms of real strength, the three royal highness kings are the ones I should look up to. The elemental war, the origin fragment, the elemental plane. This is definitely not something that an ordinary powerhouse would know." Seth's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Previously, I thought that you were a close friend of Delcus or Ogmartin. But when they came here, I realized that I was wrong. I'm very curious. Who told you these secrets? If you feel that the other party has the intention to cover up something, then no matter how you explain it, it will still be a cover-up." Shinrei smiled slightly and did not explain. "I don't need any cover-up or explanation. The third condition is the whereabouts of the origin fragment of Earth. Collecting all the origin fragments was the arrival of the end and the beginning. And it was also the biggest wish of the elementals. Before it was collected, the greatest use of the origin fragment was the elemental war. If the king with the origin fragment fought with the king without the origin fragment, the latter was much more likely to fall than the former. Although the third kings of darkness did not object to the return of the origin fragment of light to the light camp, Shinrei had to consider his close friend more, so his third condition was the whereabouts of the origin fragment of Earth. If the origin fragment of Earth could be obtained, then the third kings of darkness would all have the origin fragment. The winning rate of the next elemental war would be greatly improved, and the danger of more falling would be much smaller. As soon as this condition was stated, the third kings were all shocked. Dustin's eyes flashed with silver light. "It really is you! Last time in the Fallen Leaf Basin, you used the gravity of the blessing of the earth element, and you even escaped my pursuit. I didn't expect you to be a demon." "No. He is not a demon, but a human with the body of light blessing." Delcus shook his head. "Although he now uses a secret technique to conceal his body's breath, I could clearly feel his light physique last time. Who are you? What is your relationship with the demon realm?" "No, with the Earth Elemental King?" The voice of the Wind Elemental King became sharper. The pendant on his neck glowed with a green light. Countless golden lightning bolts appeared in the hall in an instant, interweaving into a huge net far away, blocking all the surrounding exits. "Earth Elemental King Moore, I can entrust my back to my friend." Shinrei stood up slowly. "I will not deny my friendship with him, even if I am facing the three kings of light at the same time. I came here alone to trade not for myself, but for my family and friends, and for the future of all elementals. If the battle between us is unavoidable, then I will never back down. I need to remind you that if I want to leave with the origin fragment of light, even if this is the Cloud Palace, even if the three of you join forces, you can't stop me. Now, I want to know the choice of the three royal highnesses." The Fire Elemental King glanced at the Light Elemental King. "You just said that the two bishops of the Church of Light, plus the chief of Saint Knights and the three Grand Cardinals couldn't stop him. There is also a Light Pope whose strength has been elevated to the state level. He only used the strength he has shown so far." Delcus nodded solemnly. "As for Icearl, I didn't witness it with my own eyes. If he really did it, then we are the ones who need to evacuate now." "Very good." The Fire Elemental King, Ogmartin, shouted at Shinrei. "You said you came here for a deal. Compared with bargaining, I prefer to solve problems with my fists. As long as you defeat me with strength below the state level, then we can continue to trade. If you lose, you have to hand over the origin fragment of light." Shinrei's gaze fell on the other second kings. "Is this also the intention of the two royal highnesses?" Before the second kings could answer, Ogmartin shouted, "Seth, this guy has already said it so clearly. Why are you still entangled in the old grudge with the Earth Elemental King? Besides, in the last war, the Earth Elemental King has already fallen once. You should know the significance of the origin fragment to Delcus and even all elementals. Humph. You make it sound so dignified, but it's actually just for a fight. Fire elementals who are so belligerent that they are bored. Seth sneered with dissatisfaction, but he didn't object in the end. I just want the brilliance bracelet. Delcus spread his hands. Besides, it's useless for me to have an opinion because only Ogmartin knows the whereabouts of the origin fragment of Earth. From the moment you put forward the third condition, the initiative of this negotiation is already in his hands. The last sentence made Shinrui's eyes light up. Looking at the eager Fire Elemental King, he suddenly showed a weird expression. Your Highness Ogmartin, are you sure you want to fight with me? Stop being so long-winded. Don't think that you are great just because you have the power of the state. If you go to the elemental plane, I will turn you into ashes with a sneeze. Ogmartin's fighting spirit was great. As for here, as long as you don't use the power of the kingdom, you are not my opponent at all. I didn't mean that. I'm just a little sorry. Shinrui walked down slowly, and the weird expression on his face became more intense. Well, actually, I want to say that you are at a disadvantage in this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinrui was already wrapped in a raging fire. The same fire erupted in another world, in a secret courtyard of the Shadow Empire. The strong flame reflected the entire courtyard red. Fortunately, various concealment and protection magic circles had already been set up around this courtyard, so no signs could be seen from the outside at all. The fire gradually converged into a woman's body. The woman was wearing a light robe that showed off her graceful figure. Her face was covered with a veil, but there was a slight bulge in her lower abdomen. The fire just now was not the woman's initiative. Many items around her had melted due to the high temperature, but the woman herself was unscathed. There were no scorch marks on her veil or clothes. Okay, Lilith, come in. It's all right. Lilith, who was outside the courtyard, just walked in and wiped the sweat on her forehead. This is the third time this month. Yes. The veiled woman smiled slightly. The little guy seems to be a little excited, but the power of this flame seems to be getting stronger and stronger. These daily utensils should be replaced with more fire-resistant magic items. Understood. Lilith had actually been very puzzled. Such a powerful and pure flame power, could it be that the child's father is the Samo royal family who is proficient in fire? However, even the Samo royal family has never heard of a child having such a big movement and power in the belly? As the most trusted confidant, she had never heard of Her Majesty Empress having a man, but now she suddenly had a child. The veiled woman seemed to see through Lilith's thoughts. She frowned and said, "Don't think too much. Just do your own thing." Lilith looked a little scared. Yes. Lilith, my tone is a little harsh. The woman's voice became soft again. You have worked hard these days. I'm very sorry for delaying your wedding and holidays. There was warmth in Lilith's eyes. She bowed and said, Your Majesty's trust is the best reward for me. Lilith will leave first. Watching Lilith leave, the veiled woman gently stroked her slightly bulging abdomen. There was maternal gentleness in her calm eyes. Chapter 793. In the Cloud Palace, the blazing and intense flames were finally extinguished. The two figures that had been intertwined at high speed had separated. I'm not fighting anymore. I wanted to have a good fight, but the fire elemental attack has been reduced by at least 80%. No, 90%! How can I fight like this? Ogemitan shook his hand with a depressed look. The flames on his body flashed, and a few dents automatically returned to their original state. Hey! Delcus, this guy doesn't have any light element physique. He clearly has a fire element physique. He is probably an ancient bloodline. I don't know what secret technique he used to hide his breath. I actually can't feel it. I just feel a little familiar. I just reminded you, Your Highness Ogemitan. You are at a disadvantage in this battle. Shinrei shrugged. Except for the Fire Elemental King and the Light Elemental King, he wouldn't be able to fight so easily if it was any of the other 4 kings. Especially against the Fire Elemental King, because the Fire Phoenix Divine Mark on his body was simply a cheat of fire immunity. Coupled with his anti-magic physique, His Highness Ogematon was in a tragic state. Fire Phoenix Divine Mark reduces fire damage by 90%, has a 10% chance of complete immunity, increases fire creature affinity. In fact, even the Fire Phoenix Divine Mark may not be completely immune to the fire origin attack of the Fire Elemental King. If the Elemental Heart's origin was burned, then the law of fire would be above all fire powers. However, even if he won, the Fire Elemental King would have to pay an extremely heavy price. That would not be a battle, but a meaningless, desperate struggle. If he didn't burn his origin, there was almost no possibility of winning against such an opponent of equal strength when he lost his biggest advantage. Therefore, Ogematon decisively stopped the battle. Shinrei returned to his seat and sat down again. Can you tell me the whereabouts of the Earth origin fragment now, Your Highness Ogematon? The deal can continue, but if you want to know the whereabouts of the Earth origin fragment... Ogematon shook his head. You must promise me one condition, that is the fire origin fragment. A fragment of the origin of fire? This answer surprised Shinrei. The current situation is that I will be the only one among the 3 Light Kings without the origin fragment. If you get the origin fragment of Earth, then in the next elemental war, it is likely that one of me, the Dark Elemental King and the Water Elemental King will die. This is still under the premise that the 2 Darkness Kings have not obtained the origin fragment. I don't want to wait a few thousand years to revive, so I must obtain the origin of fire fragment. None of the 6 elemental kings is easy to deal with. Shinrei couldn't help but frown. In fact, the Fire Elemental King guessed correctly. Both the Dark Elemental King and the Water Elemental King already have the origin fragment. If the Earth origin fragment is obtained, the origin fragment of the 3rd Kings of Darkness will be complete. On the side of the 3 Kings of Light, only the Fire Elemental King did not have the origin fragment, so in the next elemental war, the Fire Elemental King had a 90% chance of falling. Your Highness Ogmarton, did I hear it correctly? You mean, I will use the origin fragment of fire in exchange for the news of the origin fragment of Earth? Ogmarton grinned. I will only give you the news. I will not exchange the origin fragment. It seems that you are at a disadvantage, but aren't you a friend of the Earth Elemental King? Or the kind that can be trusted with his back? The grumpiness and belligerence of the Fire Elemental did not mean that it had lost its wisdom, especially the king with countless years of inherited memory. Yes. Shinrei took a deep breath. I promise you. I suddenly envy the reborn Earth Elemental King. The flame in Ogmarton's eyes danced. He took a deep look at Shinrei, and a red light slowly flew over. I don't know where the origin fragment of fire is. You need to find it. If you can really get it, this flame heart will take you to the abyss of fire where I am. Shinrei took the heart-shaped crystal containing the flame and put it into the storage. His gaze fell on the Light Elemental King. The whereabouts of the origin fragment of Earth has become a separate transaction between me and Royal Highness Ogmarton, so our 3rd condition needs to be changed. Delcus nodded. Go ahead. Breeze Shadow Boots. Although his aunt had now come out of the shadow of the past and became a happy little woman, the Breeze Shadow Boots was still the biggest pain hidden in her heart. Shinrei had always wanted to find the whereabouts of the Breeze Shadow Boots, but the human world was too big, and his foundation here was too shallow. Unless he was extremely lucky, the chances were almost 0. The Elemental King had powerful inherited memory and wisdom, especially the Light Elemental King who originally had an agreement with the most powerful Church of Light, so Shinrei proposed this condition. The Light Elemental King's eyes flashed, revealing a contemplative look. Shinrei's eyes lit up. Judging from this attitude, the Light Elemental King is likely to know the whereabouts of the Breeze Shadow Boots. One of the 7 parts of the Supreme Artifact? The Fire Elemental King's voice sounded, and he glanced at the Wind Elemental King. It seems to be the Seal of Wind. Supreme artifact? Seal of wind? Chenrui's ears suddenly perked up. Unfortunately, the Fire Elemental King did not continue, and the Wind Elemental King did not answer either. Instead, the Light Elemental King, Delcus, finally spoke. I can only tell you where it is. Do you accept this condition? Okay. Chenrui agreed. Delcus looked directly into Chenrui's eyes. Before that, I want to give you a piece of advice. No matter what kind of talent or ability you have, and no matter what purpose you have, don't try to approach that place before you reach pseudo-god. Otherwise, it will be the last attempt in your life. Chenrui nodded to show that he knew, and Delcus said the answer. In fact, you used to be very close to it. At the peak of the holy mountain, the Light Shrine. The Breeze Shadow Boots are actually in the Light Shrine. Chenrui was shocked. At that time, I used the diversion tactic to let Shura go to the Light Shrine to distract Pope Fendes. As a result, Shura was instantly annihilated by an irresistible powerful force before he got close to the Light Shrine. Is that the true power of the Breeze Shadow Boots? When did the power of the 7 artifacts become so powerful? No! The history of the Light Shrine has a long history, and the Breeze Shadow Boots were only lost from the demon realm 100 years ago. Then, the real power in the Light Shrine should not be the Breeze Shadow Boots, or it should be more than the Breeze Shadow Boots. What is in the Light Shrine? Delcus did not answer, but he asked. Our deal should be completed, right? Chenrui was silent for a moment, then he nodded. In any case, he finally knew the location of the Breeze Shadow Boots, and the origin source of Earth Fragment was also located. The harvest of this trip was quite huge, with 2 kinds of elemental source power plus alchemy civilization. Delcus' advice should not be without purpose. Pseudo-god. Light Shrine? In any case, this is one of the goals that I must go to in the future. The deal was completed. The Light Elemental King got the origin source of Light Fragment as he wished. The cube turned into a gorgeous bracelet on Delcus' wrist. After Chenrui obtained the Wind Source power and the Light Source power, he bid farewell to the 3 Elemental Kings and returned to the Alchemy Civilization city, Skywheel. As soon as he returned to Skywheel, Chenrui sensed a prompt from the Life Crystal. Automatic energy absorption is completed. The Core Authority spiritual imprint is about to recover. There are still 30 minutes and 28 seconds before recovery, 30 minutes and 27 seconds. This prompt surprised him. When he occupied the crystal previously, Deluta's spiritual imprint in the crystal was unable to resist due to insufficient energy, so he was forced to give up level 1 to level 3 authority. He only retained the highest control authority and fell into protective dormancy. Dormancy did not mean death. It could wake up at any time. If it woke up completely, then due to the authority level, Chenrui's current authority would be taken back. The spiritual imprint that Chenrui now left in the crystal life form was like a computer virus. It took advantage of the fragility of the original system to seize a certain degree of control, but now the system had received some kind of technical support, and was about to automatically reinstall. Once it succeeded, the virus would be erased. Of course, there were many more stubborn computer viruses, and reinstalling wouldn't help. However, the grade of the City of Stars spiritual imprint that Chenrui currently possessed was 2 levels lower than Skywheel, so it did not have this stubborn ability. In fact, he had previously considered how to deal with this time bomb. Unexpectedly, the dormant spiritual imprint in the crystal could automatically absorb energy, and it was so fast. Fortunately, I rushed back from the Cloud Palace in time. In about half an hour, Deluta's spiritual imprint would awaken, and then Chenrui would lose control of Skywheel. Even if the ruins were practically scrapped, as the city's controller, there would definitely be an ultimate defense measure with the highest authority, especially after obtaining sufficient energy to activate it. For example, the Level 2 City of Stars had a backup program to self-destruct, and this Level 4 city in front of him was no exception. Chenrui pondered for a while and finally made a decision. He entered the main hall where the life crystal was located. A few minutes later, the entire central palace emitted an intense light and abruptly turned into nothingness. The lights in Skywheel were extinguished at the same time. Chenrue's figure appeared in the ruins that had returned to the deathly stillness. In his hand was a purple crystal the size of a palm. It looked like a miniature version of the central crystal, but it had already been shattered into pieces. It was dim and lifeless, and its aura of life had completely disappeared. What he had done just now was to use the authority he had to completely remove the defenses, and then devour all the spiritual energy in the crystal, including the spiritual imprint left by Deluda. The soulless crystal had completely turned into a corpse. The central palace had also been annihilated, and the entire Skywheel had become a true ruin. Looking at the empty central area, Chenrue's slightly frozen expression lasted for a minute before it finally relaxed. Although he had the idea of building this place into a base in the surface world, since he had already made the decision, there was no need to feel regretful. In fact, the harvest from this trip to the Island of Storms had far exceeded his expectations. Although Skywheel had become a ruin, there were some things in the city that could not be wasted. Losing the control and protection of life energy meant that they could be stored in the storage warehouse. Right, the material of this metal wall is special. It should be useful in the City of Stars. There's also that street lamp. There's so much more, too much. Just as Chenrue was looking around with the eyes of a scavenger, he suddenly frowned. He had already heard the sound of countless heavy footsteps approaching. Chapter 794. Outside the Skywheel, abandoned city, huge figures appeared one after another. There were about 200 Titans, and they should be all the Titans on the Storm Island that were left. The Titans walked with heavy footsteps. Under the leadership of the Golden Red leader, they walked step by step to the front of Chenrue. The Golden Red Titan leader looked at Chenrue and suddenly half knelt. For a moment, all the Titans did the same action. "You proved your promise with your actions, great ruler!" The Titan leader spoke in a relatively slow rhythm. It was the first time Chenrue heard the Titans speak. The voice was deep and contained a strange power, like muffled thunder. After Chenrue destroyed the central life crystal, the remaining control of the crystal on the Titans naturally disappeared. In fact, his biggest purpose of destroying the crystal was to not be able to control it. However, for the Titans, obtaining complete freedom was an indisputable fact. All this was thanks to the great and benevolent current, ruler. For these powerful Titans, Chenrue was excited but also a bit troubled. If he could bring the Titans to the demon realm, then with the power of the alchemy civilization, they would undoubtedly become the most terrifying combat power of the three empires. However, as living beings, the Titans could not be brought into the Stargate, so this idea was just a fantasy. As the top combat power of the ordinary world, and without the restriction of the ruins crystal, once these Titans walked out of the Storm Island, it would be a disaster. Not only to the human world, but also to the Titans. While he was thinking, the muffled voice of the Titan leader sounded again. "Great ruler, in order to express our gratitude, as long as you provide enough energy, the Titans are willing to fight for you." Mercenaries? With the Titans' dedication to freedom, it was definitely impossible for them to completely surrender. This should be the best result. Chenrue thought about it and asked, "I know you can use the wind element to transform power. Does the energy block have a special effect on it?" "Yes," the Titan leader replied truthfully. "In terms of survival and power, we have already broken away from the dependence on the energy block. However, there's one thing that is very fatal, and that is injuries. Without the replenishment of energy blocks, just relying on one's own healing power, the recovery of injuries would be extremely slow. Once it exceeded a certain limit, one would die from serious injuries. If we have the help of energy blocks, we can recover our injuries and physical strength in the shortest time possible. Not only that, but the energy crystals could also help the Titan giants strengthen and level up faster, especially for the Titan giants whose power was still in its infancy. The energy blocks bestowed by the controller last time are powerful and pure, just what we need." This speech was rather long, especially coming from the mouth of this giant who had a loud voice and a slow rhythm. It was simply a speech that dragged on, but Chenrui still understood it very well. No wonder the energy blocks last time made the Titan so happy. He was probably the only person capable of providing high-purity energy to the Titan giants. That would be the equivalent of having the power to restrict the Titan giants for a long period of time. This wouldn't just be the Titan giants' temporary gratitude. I can accept your service, but you must promise me a request. Continue to follow the wind elementals and don't leave the storm island unless I give the order. I think you should be able to get along with the wind elementals as usual. Of course. The Titan leader bowed his head without hesitation. I'll listen to your orders, Great Controller. Chenrui saw that the Titans really obeyed orders, and he was secretly delighted. Elementals would not easily interfere with the balance of the world, so there was no need to worry that the Titans would set foot in the human world and cause chaos. I won't enslave you. Although you are warriors who accept my command and orders, you will always be an independent race. Chenrui played a little word game. In fact, the main point was accept my command and orders. What's your name? The leader of the Titans. The Titans apparently didn't notice Chenrui's language trick. The Titan leader replied respectfully. Titans have no name. Since you are an independent race, then Titan will be the name and surname of the race. As for the name, I'll give you the name Oceanus. How about that? The name Oceanus was particular. It was the head of the 12 Titans in Greek mythology, the god of the oceans and rivers, and the ancestor of the gods in Homer's epic. Independent race, and name, made the Titan leader excited. Oceanus thanks the controller for the naming. Please name all my people. Chenrui looked at the 200 Titans, and he suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He rolled his eyes. I will only give the 12 most powerful Titans names today. As for the rest of the Titans, when they make meritorious deeds in the future, I will naturally give the names to the bravest warriors. This proposal aroused the interest of the Titans. Chenrui copied all the names of the 12 ancient Greek Titans and named the 12 Titans. As for the name of the goddess, he would just make do with it. Great Controller, thank you for bestowing the glory of the Titans. The Titans swear by their surnames that they will become your loyal followers and warriors. Oceanus' words made Chenrui snicker. Even the naming became a reward. At least it did not consume so many brain cells in vain. Looking at the surrounding buildings, someone's eyes suddenly lit up. I am about to go on a long journey, and I will return here again in the future. Before I leave, all the brave warriors, please make a guest appearance in that demolition team. 2 days later, Chenrui appeared in Venus City. The demolition work was more tiring than he imagined. Fortunately, there were no holdouts here. Even with the help of the super-destructive Titans, it took nearly 40 hours to dismantle some of the main usable materials of the Skywheel City. Now the storage warehouse was full, which made Chenrui think of the scene when the storage warehouse was filled for the first time when he plundered the ores in the mountain Shilong mine. It was just that the storage warehouse's capacity at that time was far from comparable to now. The strength of the higher demon was not comparable to the strength of the higher demon that was about to enter the nation level. However, no matter how it changed, some things still did not change and would not change. For example, he was still Chenrui, Chenrui's Chen, Chenrui's Rui. Perhaps it would not change in the future. This trip to the Island of Storms took a total of 20 days. In fact, more than half of it was spent on the road. There was still about a month and a half before the opening of the Star Tower. Chenrui planned to go to the immortal capital of Silver Moon in the Emerald Forest Sea again to visit the 2 mechanics Grand Masters to seek a breakthrough in mechanics. The strong and stubborn half-elf girl gave him a bottle of water of vitality at that time. The water of vitality had the effect of saving the tree of nature. Blanche's current situation should be much better than before. There was also the little elf princess who liked to play with birds. At least she was a friend. Unfortunately, the little phoenix daughter who liked to play the hungry bird game all day long could no longer be seen. Closing his eyes, the kind and childish voice calling, "Dad," seemed to ring in his ears again. It was a regret that he would never forget in his life. After a long time, Chunrui opened his eyes, took a deep breath, pulled his thoughts out from the nostalgia, and began to think about the next step. Although the elves had formed an alliance with the Ryo Empire, they generally had a bad impression of humans. In addition to some old grudges in the past, the elves' arrogance and the criticism that they looked down on other races was also one of the main reasons. As a human, it was not easy to enter the immortal capital of Silver Moon that was ruled by the elves. Not only that, Chunrui no longer had the sacred leaf badge from last time. Moreover, he hid in the immortal capital to kill Icyril. The elves would definitely not offend the church because of him. He might even be captured as a bargaining chip. Therefore, he had to change his face when he went to the immortal capital of Silver Moon. That's right! Wasn't the human in the immortal capital of Silver Moon a student from Starlight Academy? Chunrui's heart moved. He did not return to the hotel directly, but took the carriage to Starlight Academy. This time, Chunrui did not use the face of Simon from last time. Instead, he changed into the appearance of a familiar person, a sloppy fellow. With the academy badge given to him by Bilia, he passed through the checkpoint of the law enforcement team very smoothly, entered the academy, and found Bilia, the deputy head of the school administration department. After seeing the badge, Bilia immediately received this, Sir Lomont, who came from another school to apply for the academy's teacher position in the office. After activating the soundproof magic array in the office, Chunrui cautiously cast the corresponding domain. The cold arrogance on Bilia's face immediately disappeared, replaced by admiration and praise. Your transformation magic is amazing. Your aura, appearance, and even temperament are completely different from before. Although I also know some disguised magic, it is nothing compared to you. You flatter me, Ms. Bilia. Chunrui leaned lazily on the sofa, his eyes rolling around Bilia's body. He looked exactly like a certain scoundrel. You also surprised me. In fact, your true appearance is much more beautiful than the disguise you used. I actually didn't notice it all this time. This compliment made Bilia's smile more seductive. You came back at the right time. I sent people to the hotel these few days, but they couldn't find you. What's the matter? Very important news. The East Archbishop, Lurdan, has fallen, and the position is vacant. Angelique is one of the 7 bishops of the East Archbishop, so she naturally became the candidate for Archbishop. She received a mission, which is to greatly weaken the power of faith in the entire Starlight Kingdom. If she can complete it first and pass the evaluation of the elders, then she will be promoted to Archbishop. An idea came to Chunrui's mind. You seem to be unwilling to see her become an Archbishop? If she can succeed, then our threat will be temporarily removed. As an Archdeacon, you will very likely be promoted to Bishop. Isn't this what the force behind you would like to see? Bilia revealed a solemn expression. If I can become a bishop, it will naturally be a good thing. However, with your potential, once Angelique becomes an archbishop, her suspicion will only grow stronger. The position of an archbishop will also make her methods more direct. It is like a sword hanging above our heads that can fall at any time. This is something that both us and the force behind me do not wish to see. The 7 bishops, the East Archbishop, the elders. Chunrui narrowed his eyes. This would also be the best opportunity for him, Shura, to enter the core of this mysterious church. The destruction of the alchemical civilization must not happen again. He had to eliminate this most terrifying potential disaster as soon as possible before certain things happened.